Good, good evening, viewers. Good night. We're back live to studio. We are talking about Raila Speaks. The former Prime Minister had a session in quite a number of TV stations, and he spoke his mind across many issues that are affecting this nation. And we will play part of his clips and invite you to make comments and speak or respond to the issues that he raised. You are welcome to the studio, and let's talk. Let's see your perspective of how he managed to address quite a number of issues that you may agree with him or you may not agree with him. You're free to speak your mind. This is an open station. Just to caution you, some of us like tunapenda matusi. Wengine we like making allocations which may be not good, but we want to air them live, which is not acceptable. So kindly, if you want to make allocations, since this is a public station, then you have to substantiate. We don't infringe on your democratic right, but you don't have to speak ill of someone who is not around here to defend himself. Otherwise, for your opinion and everything else, you are welcome to participate in tonight's debate. Let's hear some of the things that the former Prime Minister spoke about in a few clips that we are going to play here. Yes. Okay. Let's begin with this one on the agenda.
Nataka kuangazia swala la handshake. Umetuelezea vile ambavyo mliweza kusalimiana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kukawa na amani hapa nchini. Lakini kuna wale ambao wanashikilia kwamba handshake ndio imeleta mtafaruku ambao umekuwepo katika serikali na pia chama cha Jubilee. Na kwa mara nyingine utawasikia wengine wakisema kwamba mlikuja mkaweka agenda 4 kando, mkaanza mambo ya kurekebisha katiba. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwanza, handshake ilikuwa ni nini? Handshake ilikwambia wewe, ilikuwa wakati ile ambayo nchi ilikuwa inachomeka. Na tumeketi, tumeongea na Uhuru, tumekubaliana. Na tukaandika ile memorandum. Na tukaenda naye huko katika ofisi ya rais. Kisha tukaita waandishi wa habari, tukawasomea hiyo MOU. Na tukasalamiana. Basi baadaye mimi nimetoka huko. Sijaingia kwa serikali. Mimi sijaingia katika ofisi ya serikali tangu wakati huo. Hakuna mtu yoyote upande yangu hata chama changu ambaye ameajiriwa katika serikali. Hatufanyi kazi na serikali, ndani ya serikali. Kama ODM. Wabunge wetu wako kwa bunge wanafanya kazi yao ya kibunge. Sasa hii ambayo jamaa wanasema ati handshake imesimamisha agenda 4. Hiyo ni porojo. Handshake ingesimamishaje agenda 4? Wao wanachukua mshahara ya serikali, wako ndani ya serikali, kila kitu wanafanya ya serikali. Lakini badala ya kufanya kazi yao ya serikali, wamewacha sasa wanapiga tu porojo na campaign. Sisi hatujaingia kani handshake inaribueje agenda 4? Nani amezuia serikali kufanya kazi yake? Nani amesimamisha kazi ya serikali? Hakuna. Umeona Uhuru anahangaika anaendelea kila mahali kuangalia miradi vile inafanyika ya serikali hapa na pale, lakini naibu yake anaendelea kufanya kutoa lawama. Manake anaona kuna mambo mengi ambayo ni mbaya ndani ya serikali, na yeye anataka kwa mjanja ati yeye achaguliwe. Sasa anasema yale mabaya yote sio yangu, ni ya Raila na Uhuru. Ati mimi siko pale, nimetolewa kwa serikali. Yeye mwenyewe ndio, lakini yale mazuri yote ambayo serikali inafanya tumefanya, lakini yale mabaya yote anajitoa huko, lawama anaweka kwa upande mmoja peke yake. Lakini wako kwa serikali pamoja, they are like Siamese twins. Huyu ni rais na huyu ni makamu wake, utaona namna gani? Na walifunga ndoa ya miaka 5, na sasa mwingine anawachia kazi mwenzake ili asipewe lawama. Sisi tuko nje ya serikali, sisi hatuko kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo yale yote ambayo yanafanyika kwa serikali hatuwezi kuhusishwa na huko. Mimi sipati pesa kwa kazi ya serikali. Ile pesa ambayo napata kidogo ni ile ya kustaafu ambayo ni imewekwa kwa kikatiba ya kuniwezesha mimi tu kuishi kama vile Kibaki anapata, hata Nyayo alikuwa anapata, hata Muli Awori anapata. Hiyo ni pesa peke yake mimi napata, sipati pesa zingine. Jamaa akona kila kitu kwa serikali, na bado yeye anapinga. Wazungu wanasema you cannot have your cake and eat it.
Mumesikia from the horse's mouth. Handshake haikuharibu agenda 4. Raila yuko kwa serikali. What do you think as Kenyan? You're welcome to the studio. Tuko na Absalom na Moses, Tobias and Robert, and someone has just entered. Kip, you're welcome in the studio. Let's have a conversation over the same. Karibu sana, tunaanza na Absalom. What do you think? Baba amenena. Absalom, are you available? Ama tuanze na mtu mwenye ako ready? Absalom. Absalom, okay, Robert, naona uko ready. Absalom anajaribu kuconnect.
Kesa, baba amenena.
Yes.
And,
baba amenena.
Baba ameongea bwana, ametaja yote, inaitwa deni. Baba amefufua madeni bwana. Actually, it's very interesting sometimes to think through what Raila Odinga have been put through in this country. Just recounting from what he just stated in his statement. A true Kenyan who is also patriotic to this country and the gains that this country has made since independence, and a very honest Kenyan should actually thank Raila Odinga for the struggle he has involved himself over this time to achieve the kind of freedoms that we have in Kenya and we witness in Kenya today. Including the judiciary freedom that we are witnessing in this country. Raila Odinga has just reminded the central Kenyan the central part of Kenya, how he has worked with them in his political journey. And it was about time now for the mountain to face the lake. That is according to his statement. And indeed, if we want to be patriotic enough and we want to shape our politics, uh, in addition to ideologies that we also expect our politicians to uh, actually come up with, we should also consider some of the support that other regions have given others. I'm not saying that Kikuyus are supposed to support Raila Odinga, or Kalajins or Kikuyus are supposed to support William Ruto, but we'll actually leave that to that part of Kenyans' decision to make based on how they feel they've been supported by some of these Kenyan politicians from other regions. Uh, to me, Raila Odinga is not a selfish politician, as many would want to actually brand him. Looking at what he had in 2002 with Kibaki, Wamalwa, Ngilu, and the rest, it is something that uh, we can learn from. Remember, we had Kibaki, we had Wamalwa, we had Ngilu, and Raila Odinga played a critical role in that formation. But he shelved his ambitions in support of Kibaki Wamalwa ticket. And we all saw that. He again came and ran against Kibaki in 2007. And we know all what happened. But they still shook hands and agreed to create a grand coalition government. And this is not something that you can witness in any of the politicians that we have right now. If we were to take them one by one into account and look at their characters, and take, for example, the deputy president, as a man and the character of who he is not a man who can actually go or walk along that stride by selving his ambitions and supporting another person, or for the sake of a nation's peace, then he can extend his hand and for the sake of this country. So some of these things we only find them in statement like Raila Odinga. So to me, Raila Odinga is a statesman, and if you look at the nature of his politics, it's a mature politics. It's a politics that is geared to uh, supporting this nation in terms of finding peace. It is politics that is geared to helping this nation achieve its economic problems that we faced. It is politics that is geared to ensuring that each and every part of this Kenya is served with equal cake. And having said that, I think Raila Odinga deserves something from Kenyans. Being in the forefront of ensuring that Kenyans actually are served well by each and every government that we've witnessed. If we let alone the Kenyatta's government, that is after our independence. And maybe it was just about time now Kenyans to rewind this old man by just giving him, even if it is a 5 years. That is what I will advise. I'm not campaigning for Raila Odinga, but I would really love to see how Raila, at the helm of power, would actually govern this country as a president. Whether he will be elected, let me leave that to Kenyans, because it is the Kenyans who will determine who becomes the leader in about 10 months to come. Wekesha, I want to conclude by saying that for us to have a mature democracy in this country, then we must actually avoid the politics of deceit, politics of betrayal, and politics of selfishness, if at all we want to achieve a united country, and a country that actually look at the future of our children and grandchildren. Why do I say so? If you look at the kind of leaders that we have, take for example the NASA side or the OCA side. No one is actually keen to actually support one person's bid, simply because everyone is ambitious, everyone is selfish on its own capacity, and everyone wants to lead, when we all know that we can only have one person leading at one time. And if at all we are having the kind of policies that we witness in some other countries, or in a mature democracy that we witness in the likes of US and the United Kingdom and the rest, where we have our politics aligned along ideologies, and it is again consolidated to only two big parties and not so many parties. In Kenya, we say it is because of our democracy, but to me, people ride along that democratic space, but in the end result, what they intend to achieve with all those briefcase parties is for their own selfish gain. So I wish this country would be divided along ideologies and not politics of deceit, no selfishness, no individual ambitions, not
Thank you.
along tribal lines. So
Thank
that,
you.
okay, so you're speaking, or you want me
I'm
to wind
saying
up?
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Let me
Summarize.
just wind up, so that we have a united country, brother. Let me stop at that and give the other people also an opportunity to contribute to our today's topic.
Sijui kama unakubaliana na wanaosema Deputy President, kwa sababu bado wanateta akiwa ndani, inafaa jiuzulu. Sijui kama unakubaliana na wanaosema hivyo.
Unajua, hii sio mara ya kwanza tuko na makamu wa rais. Baba yangu mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga alikuwa ndio makamu wa rais wa kwanza. Wengine watakwambia wewe ati hilo ilikuwa ni katiba tofauti. Lakini sio hivyo. Yale yalivyokuwa, yeye hakufutwa na Kenyatta. Lakini aliona kama mambo yalikuwa yamebadilika. Alikuwa hapewi kazi. Ndio sababu yeye akasema hawezi kukaa, na akaandika barua. Hii barua bado wanaweza kupata katika archives ambayo alisema ati I cannot justify earning public salary without responsibility. The future generation will look very much unkindly at me for doing so. And because of this, I hereby tender my resignation. Akaandika barua kwa rais na akajiuzulu. Kwa hivyo kama unaona kama mambo si sawa, na wewe ni mtu ambaye ako na principles, sema tu ati mimi niwaona mambo si mzuri kwangu, kwa hivyo I'm not going to tolerate this, I'm resigning. Alafu wewe unajiuzulu. Mimi kwa mfano nilipokuwa mbunge wa Lang'ata na kwa ambayo nilichaguliwa kwa Ford Kenya, tulipokwenda kule bungeni tukawa na shida juu ya hii mambo ya Goldenberg. Mambo ya Goldenberg ilipokuwa enda Mrama, mimi nikasema siwezi kuendelea kukaa kama mbunge kwa hii tikiti ya chama cha Ford Kenya, na nikaandika barua kwa speaker, nikajiuzulu, nikasema mimi nitarudi kutetea kiti yangu na chama kingine. So nilijiuzulu tarehe 31 ilikuwa ni Disemba mwaka wa 96, na nikarudi recontest my seat on an NDP ticket, nikachaguliwa. Sasa kwa mfano wao wabunge wengi ambao wako pale wanasema wati bado wako Jubilee lakini wako kwa ni UDA. Kwa nini wasijiuzulu? Jiuzulu vile sheria inasema, kwenda kwa wananchi, tetea kiti yako na chama mpya. Hiyo ndio what is called political principle. But otherwise it's just hypocrisy.
Yes.
This country has been led with hypocrisy.
Asante. Kwa sababu ya masaa
kubaliana na wanaosema Deputy President, kwa sababu bado wanateta hatua ndani.
Okay. Is that political hypocrisy?
I don't.
Wait fast, Gaintly. I haven't even said the statement you have started, and I haven't even chosen you to speak. There is an order we are going. This my brother Andrew, kindly, there's an order. There are people who came before you. So you wait, I make a statement, and then I invite the next person to speak.
Okay.
There should be order. It's not anybody can speak at any time, so that there's order. Okay. So I'm asking, is it political hypocrisy? We have selective amnesia. Baba is saying that he resigned when time called him to resign. He also says that his father did not see the need to take salary if he was not being given responsibility by the founding father. So what is your take on that? I want to invite anaitwa nani? Tangai, and then Seth, in that order.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to comment on what former Prime Minister was saying about the fact that Ruto should resign from his position. The position that Ruto is occupying now is not the position that his father, Raila's father, occupied. Ruto is deputy president who are elected, not appointed by the president. So he's holding that position in trust of the people. It's not an appointment from the president or from any other person, but he is the deputy president. He's not even supposed to think about resigning. Number two, the issue of seat betrayal or what? I want to say that you cannot run away from problem. The fact that people want deputy president to resign from the position, when there is a problem, you stay there and you solve the problem. And that's why I'm not supporting the issue of Ruto, deputy president, resigning from his position. He has to solve the problem from where he is until it is solved. I think that is enough for me. Then when we talk of political control, yeah.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by he has to solve the problem? How? And that the boss doesn't want him.
Which boss? The president. Even if he doesn't
Yes.
want, they were elected. Why don't they resign? Why even president can resign? Why should Ruto resign? President can resign, then they begin from there. He can select somebody else to fight with him if it is possible, but not telling Ruto to resign.
Okay. Hiyo ni maoni yako. Another person. So we're going next to Seth and then Eli Mwiti. Seth, unmute first. Unmute first, Seth.
I greet you all. I greet you all. I will be very brief. First of all, Ruto should have resigned long time ago. Failure for him to resign simply pointing at his greediness. So in summary, Ruto is a greedy person and unprincipled. Number two, I just want to respond to my previous debater who said that the position of Jaramogi wasn't the same as the position of Ruto because Ruto was elected. Even if Ruto is elected, he is sworn to be the deputy president and to be the president of Kenya. Likewise, Jaramogi did the same. They both held the same the same position. So Ruto should resign. Only that, I don't have much to say. But Raila is ripe for presidency. Thank you, Ekesa.
That is very brief to the point. Next is Eli Mwiti. Eli Mwiti, can you respond to that?
Yes, I can, sir. Well, first of all, let me say that when it comes to politicians, those are people who are, I don't know if we can say, there's a says that some people is like they were cooking the same pot. So I don't see any politician so special, so like it's the best from the other. I don't think there's any politicians who look better than others. So when it comes to this politician, I don't take anything from them like I see them in a better one. I see Ruto is so good. No, I take them as politicians. What makes them different is what they have. Because when it comes to hypocrisy, honestly, they are all hypocrite. None of them is there to help you. If I remember the other day, we were talking something here. Someone said you want to vie for an MCA. I can't remember the name of the guy. And then you came up with the one saying that the other day you did the same and someone forgot you. So it's the same. These are the same people. Once you get those powers, I think there's a problem with the powers. I don't know. Some people, I don't know if they get drunk or something. When you get into power, you just forget so many things. So I don't take any politician as like, oh, who is the best. No, I take them as readers, and I don't take anything good from them. I don't mean that our leaders are not best, but I don't take like one of them is better than the other one. They are all politicians. When it comes to Ruto resigning, if I were Ruto, I cannot. At some point, you look what you gain and what you lose. Some of us there, we have we are leaders or even a very small group, even a chairman of a group. You don't feel like resigning because there's what you get. So even if I were Ruto, I cannot resign because not even because he's a DP, even if he was a vice president, not unless he has been fired, I cannot resign. Why should I do that? Again, I can support because if someone there's a problem between him and the president, why should you leave now? If you need to leave, then fix the problem and then leave. You have to leave. You don't have to leave because there's a problem. If you leave, you're not a good leader, as they say. So to me, I don't think you need to resign. Not unless there's a question from you, Wekesa.
Okay, but I just wanted to ask, why do you think leadership across, not just in Kenya, but majority of the grown democracies, why do you think leaders resign?
Especially most leaders resign because they know what they are deciding to is safe. If you most of them, especially in abroad, most of leaders they resign because if they are allegations, they are true. The other day we saw the senator and Texas governor resign. So some things they do because they know either the allegations they are true or maybe there's something they are hiding. So if you are not,
Okay,
there's
I want
something hidden,
somebody.
you should not
I
resign.
want somebody who can answer this question because the Kenyans are arguing between the DB and VP. They are saying whoever resigned was a VP, and the DB cannot resign. So the question is, do you resign because you are appointed? Do you refuse to resign because you are elected, or resignation is an issue of principle?
I
Uh,
think
I have.
deciding is a
Yeah,
principle.
you
I
can
think that is
comment.
a
Then I
principle in
have two
principle.
hands also to comment on that. You are done, Niti? Okay.
So I think deciding is a principle is not about because you are elected or you are appointed. No. If there's a point for you to resign and you think you're supposed to resign, resign.
Okay, Robert, comment. Then Andrew, you will comment and make your submission. Thank you.
Wekesa, it goes without saying that this is a matter of being principled and conscious. You're conscious in regards to what you are expected to do at a given time when you're faced with a given situation. So, whatever we're witnessing in Kenya today concerning our deputy president with the president, it's a matter of just being principled and taking the right action. So if the deputy has not taken that route, then the other side of the coin is true. That's what I can say.
Can I take on?
Yeah, Andrew, take on.
All right. So to me, it's only, I'm going to be very brief, a little bit brief, maybe longer brief. I think it's principle. And the principle is when you feel that you are offended or you feel like you're not part of the government or you're not part of the family, you step aside. But at the same time, I will not agree with what's going on to make people push Ruto to resign. Why? Because in Africa, in Kenya, we are polygamy family. So when Uhuru felt like Ruto does not feel to be the first wife, he went for Raila. So now Ruto is crying foul. So he needs to accept that he's in a polygamy family. So is for Ruto feels that he can't take the pressure of the government the way it is and the way the structure is going on, then it's upon him to get away and resign. But we cannot push like Raila and Uhuru to push him out of the government. That's not gonna happen, because end of the day these two people are tied together. Raila ni mpango wa kando, hiyo ni ukweli, tuambiane ukweli Wakati Raila alikuwa anakuwa na nusu mkeka, walikuwa napiga kelele, so walisema hii ni government, hiyo ni shida yenu. When even Simbarati today said about when the security was being pulled out of Raila and them and everybody, Ruto was the first person to say, oh, let Matiang'i do his job. When we were having Gladys Wanga, Millie Odhiambo pour water in the parliament, when we are passing this security law, Ruto was the first people with the Jubilee people like, wacha hii kaende kaumane. Sasa saizi analia kwa nini? And I'm telling you this, and I said this long time ago, 2022 is not going to be a walk on the path. The fact is, and I am sorry, I've said most of my friends that Raila will not get the popular votes for the people. Ruto is already on the ground. The ground is on the Ruto side. But the reality is, hata Uhuru alishindwa 2017 na aliannouncewa. Hata next year Raila atakuwa ameshinda because of what? Because of the state. Let me tell you something. Politics is all about interest. Let's not lie about all these things. Even now in America here, we're having the Afghanistan and everything. Biden know very well he has shoot himself on the legs. But end of the day, he's standing his ground, saying that whatever happened in Afghanistan, he was taking over forever, whatever Biden did. Why? Politicians, let me tell you something. Politicians, police, lawyers, they are the most biggest liars in the world. Never trust them. You can only trust a doctor.
Okay. Let me ask you. You started by saying we are African.
Wekeza, can I come in shortly?
Yeah, I'm giving you that chance. I wanted to ask him something. You started by saying we are Africans. Based on that, in Africa, if you are married and you want to pay dowry, and your father was married and he never paid dowry, the first thing you do is your father has to pay dowry before you pay dowry. If he didn't pay dowry, you don't do that right. So when you talk about Africans, do you know there are also those political debts that have to begin with the fathers first, and then they go to the sons?
I know that, and that's why Uhuru decided, knowing very well that he has a debt with Raila, and our dowry, our Uhuru dowry was the handshake. Hii ya Ruto ni kidogo. Hii ya Ruto imekuja jana. Mbona tusianza ni ya zamani ile yenye Raila alikataa kukuja huko? They don't see that. They're only looking at now. The fact remains ni Raila is going to be the next president. Be it ni akona popular vote or not popular vote, the state will put him there because Ruto, Uhuru and his people feel comfortable with Raila. That's it. Take it to the bank. I will give even a check. You want me to write you a check? Give me your number. Send it to the chat there. I'll send you a check.
Okay. Seth, you wanted to ask a question or what?
Yes. My fellow debater has proven to me that he is a liar, like those politicians that he has mentioned. He said that the president went for Raila because there was no good relationship between him and his vice. But I want to ask him, is Raila vice president? Yes or no?
Raila is not the vice president, but the fact remains, you remember what happened after the election. Things
No,
were
no,
really
no.
hot. No, let me answer you. He didn't
Yes.
went to Raila. Raila did not went to him. But the circumstances around the politics of
No,
Kenya
I'm
at
not.
that
I'm,
time.
I'm not getting you. I'm not getting you. He didn't went to Raila. Raila did well. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, he didn't went to
Yes.
Raila, and Raila did not went to him. But the circumstances around the politics on that time made them meet together,
So,
and that's
so
why
he
they
did.
had to
He
take.
did go to. He did
Let me
go to
tell you.
Raila for Raila to become his vice president.
Let me tell you. That's why for that 3-4 hours that they were talking together, they were drinking tea. No one will want to talk to each other. Why? Because they already know there's a tension, there's a political problem, and they had to talk. And that's why we have the BBI. As much as I don't like the BBI.
My friend, me, I'm just having a small problem with you.
Which
Because
problem? I'm not lying. The fact remains. Okay, let me ask you a question. Did they meet or not? Did they not meet?
let me talk to you. Let me talk to you
Let
first.
me ask you. You've asked me. Let me ask you.
My friend,
Did
you
Raila and Uhuru meet?
you
No,
said
did
he
Raila
dropped his VP
did
to go for Raila. For Raila
did
to come
Raila?
and
Okay.
occupy the position ODP or not?
No, he's not gonna. He cannot occupy that because the constitution says that the ticket is for deputy
Very
president
good. You've
and the
answered.
president.
You've
Period.
answered yourself. You have answered yourself. So he didn't go for Raila to become his vice. So
No,
you
but
made
Raila
a wrong statement before.
did I say anywhere that Raila was his vice?
You said that when the relationship between him and the vice went so, he went for what? He went for Raila.
The relation
That's what you
listen,
said.
the relationship went wrong when after the handshake, and after the handshake, that's where the problem started.
You are shooting yourself on your own leg, my brother.
No, I'm not shooting myself. You're the one. You are contradicting
Okay.
yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome, Mugambi. Make your contribution on the topic.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa. Hope I'm loud and clear.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you. Before I touch on today's topic, I want to talk something about what transpired yesterday and today in Karen on matter security. I think people have been fed with a lot of lies that the security for the deputy president has been withdrawn. That's a lie. It is just a swap from the GSU to the administration police officer, the people in charge of guarding the government premises and the government houses. That said, I think many people are talking not knowing what transpired behind the change of security guard or those men in red berets. If anyone has ever noticed or looked at Sudi when he is on and about his businesses in Eldoret, the same people who are attached to the deputy president's house in Karen to guard the house 24/7, they accompany those MPs, and that is not part of their duties. Meaning, to a great extent, these security guards or guys have taken a kind of a stand, which is so wrong, and it was the opportune time for the government to change the security by doing an overhaul change and bringing a purely different line of security, that is the administration police, which are equally better off than even the GSU. Then yesterday there was a lot of debate on the same, but today, when the 5 drivers have been withdrawn from the office of the DP, who too happens to be the police officers, I have not heard anyone complaining about that. Does it mean that the drivers who are police are not equal to the GSU who were withdrawn yesterday? So people should stop being hypocrites and let us see the things as they are, and let us not politicize the government operatives. Back to today's speech, I think I set aside my time to listen to Right Honorable Raila Odinga from when he began to the end. And the one thing that I loved in him is this: he does not dictate on which question to be asked. Not to hate on our DP, but there are some questions when the journalist asks the deputy president, he feels so much angered, and he acts in a way to prompt that he wants to dictate the questions to be asked, which is so wrong. So if you know you are a leader and your hands are clean, always be composed, listen to the questions, and answer them appropriately. Number 3, I think the address was the people of Mount Kenya. I love that. And His Excellency trying to give his thoughts or his agenda for the mountain, which I think most of the people now, they are getting to see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Many people,
Okay, Mugambi,
especially yes.
on the address to the Mount Kenya, people are arguing that there were more of Raila followers following it than the Mount Kenya. What is your take on that?
You know, when people say there are more of Raila followers following it than Mount Kenya, that's a statement in its formation. It's a contradiction. What makes people think that the followers who are following it from or outside the Mount Kenya are not people from Mount Kenya? So the thing is, the aim of the message was to pass information on who Raila is. Whoever followed him, may it be from Mount Kenya or not, that thing is going to run in the local channels for more than a week so that the people can understand and ask the relevant questions. So when we go live today, the people who are following us today, they are not the same people who will come to see this video 3-4 months to go. So regardless of who followed Mr. Wekesa, the message is home. The fear that had been instilled to the young people, it is being eradicated point by point, step by step. That's what I can say on regards to people who followed. And actually, if you can go and review the comments on those stations was yesterday, there were so much toxic comments. But after Raila was put to task to give some light on some issues, the comments are becoming more and more positive. Did you know a journey of that mile begins with one step? That is one of the steps. Let us give that address 1 week to run in the local channels, and then we can be able to judge if it has made an impact or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, respond on what
can I respond?
That,
sorry,
can I respond?
I'm not hearing who is saying. Who is that?
Yeah, it's Andrew. It's Andrew. Can I respond?
Okay, briefly.
Respond to what?
About the security thing.
Okay,
no,
give
you
your perspective. Just give your perspective. Let's see whether Mugambi can sort out. Briefly, kindly.
Okay. The only thing I will tell you about the security thing situation is like I don't see any problem with the security changes, but to be honest with you,
you have an issue with network. Okay, Mugambi, have you heard what
people did not even know what is going on? They just ambushed.
And Wekesa, I think people are getting it wrong. When today you visit the Arabic Annex, both for the president and the deputy president, you'll meet those people who are there. They are the APs. May it be when the president is around or when he's not around. So I wonder what is so difficult, what is so new when the changes are made to the office. Some people are saying that the deputy president was not briefed, and security communications, they have their own channels that they use. We know right now most people are playing politics around the country, and engaging a politician directly is not the right way. I know that the president should be briefed on any changes, but those changes they came through the General Service Unit commandant in his residence, and the commandant briefed him on the anticipated changes. So to say that the deputy president was ambushed, that is wrong. That is wrong. The communication came at around 8 a.m. in the morning. We were told to prepare by noon. You'll be leaving in the evening. And the commandant briefed the deputy president. So what other communication that the people want? Do they want the AG or the people in charge of the executive security to go and call for a presser? That can never happen at all. Never now.
And that's how I was trying to tell you that if the communication was there, then DP is good in propaganda.
Yeah, the communication was there. It was there through the commandant.
Okay, then if the communication was there, then propaganda is the one that is messing up everything. And I know very well that 2022 is trying to get the sympathy votes. So even this one, the government could have played it very nicely and make it maybe on the media, because now they are shooting themselves on the foot, because they are giving Ruto's people to do propaganda, like the one that I'm seeing in there is a Ruto person, and he's gonna run with it to do propaganda.
Okay, propaganda and politics.
Where Wekesa. Now we have the moderator is Wekesa, so I don't know. Maybe this is another propaganda. I'm sorry.
Allow me to comment on the issue of security. I think anybody that are allowed to select their own securities. Their own security. You cannot be not somebody cannot select for you security the certain people that you want. You are the one to select who you want. So on the issue of security and the changing from GSU, it is in the constitution that deputy president and president should be protected by the GSU. But swapping the AP is something like a downgrade.
Wekesa,
itakuwa ni mwisho wa handshake.
Handshake vile tumesema haikuletwa kwa sababu Raila anataka kuwa rais, Uhuru anataka staafu. Ilikuwa iko na sababu, na sababu imeandikwa pale. Tulisema ati wakati sisi tulikuwa tunapigania uhuru, Kenya ilikuwa imeungana pamoja. Umoja wa Kenya ndio ililazimisha mzungu atoke. Wazungu hawakutoka ati walikuwa wamependa. Wazungu walikuwa wamesema wamefanya nchi hii kama yao, kama vile walikuwa kule Afrika Kusini. Tena tulikuwa hapa na wakati hiyo ile sheria ya ubaguzi ambayo Mwafrika alikuwa anaitwa takataka, bloody African. Sasa Wakenya wakaja pamoja, wakaungana. Wakati ile mbaya, hali hatari ilitangazwa, kulikuwa na shida mingi. Wakati hiyo Mkikuyu alikuwa, manake wao ni walianza vita hii ya Mau. Radio ilikuwa inatangaza kila mara, kila asubuhi, ati Wakikuyu na Waembu na Wameru ni watu hatari. Ukiona mmoja akipita karibu, piga ripoti kwa polisi mara moja. Wakati hiyo. Na kulikuwa kule mbaya sisi tunaishi huko Nyanza. Katika ziwa ya Victoria kuna kisiwa huko ambayo inaitwa Mageta. Hiyo kisiwa ya Mageta, Mau walifungwa huko. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni kama Robben Island ya hapa Kenya. Mzee wakina Waruru Kanja walifungwa hapo Mageta. Hapo walikuwa asubuhi wanaletwa na boats kutoka katika hiyo kisiwa katika nchi kavu. kufanya kazi ya ujenzi ya barabara. Jioni wanarudishwa pale na hiyo boti. Ni kama inachukua kama ni dakika 30 kutoka kufika hapo na boti. Na walijua ya kwamba hawa watu hawezi kuogelea, na ukiogelea hapo kuna mamba mingi zaidi. Sasa kwa hivyo ukitoroka na uingie kwa maji, utaongea na mamba, sababu hiyo kiziwa. Na mimi nakumbuka wakati mwingine mama wengine walipiga mzungu ambaye alikuwa ndiye ana supervise, walimpiga wakamuua na wakatoroka watu wawili. Sasa walikuwa wanatafutwa na serikali, wakaleta hizi helicopters, zilikuwa zinakimbia kila mahali na wanaongea na loudspeakers, na radio inatangaza. Ni wakati walikuwa wanatangaza juu ya mambo ya hatari ya Kikuyu na Wameru na Waembu. Lakini hao watu walisaidiwa na wananchi mpaka wakatoroka wakaingia Uganda, wale ambao walikuwa wamefanya haya mambo. Ndio wakati hiyo sasa Wakenya wakaungana pamoja. Wakati hiyo Jaramogi alikuwa anatembea na kuambia wananchi ya kwamba Wakikuyu ni ndugu zetu, mkiona Wakikuyu akija mnini akaribishwe. Ndio baada Jaramogi akaja katika bunge akaongea juu ya mambo ya Kenyatta, ati in the heart of hearts of the African people, Jomo Kenyatta and all those who detained with him were and are the true leaders, and their continued detention with the colonial government offends the conscience of our people. Hiyo wakati hiyo Kiano wakasema pana, those people were leaders at that time, but they were not elected. We are now the elected leaders, so we are now the leaders. Jaramogi akamwambia tuende na wewe Fort Hall, tuulize wananchi wa Fort Hall, hiyo ni Murang'a, nani unasema ukweli, wewe na mimi? Akaogopa, hakuenda. Lakini watu wa Fort Hall wakaongea, wakasema wanaunga mkono Jaramogi. Na watu wa Mombasa huko Dock wakasema wanaunga mkono, na Nairobi. Ndio sasa mambo ikaanza, Uhuru na Kenyatta wakaanza kusema Uhuru na Kenyatta, ati tupate uhuru ndio tufungue Kenyatta. Jaramogi akasema pana, ni Kenyatta na Uhuru, yani Kenyatta afunguliwe kwanza ili ndio sasa tupate uhuru. Hiyo ni
You are mute, Wekesa.
Sorry for that. Tony, what is your take on what Raila is speaking?
Yeah, thank you. And let me say hi to everyone in here today. So I think Raila in himself, what he speaks and what he stands for is an enigma in terms of the past, the present, for those of us probably who have a need of history and who have to have a context in which things happen right today in our country. I don't mind on what he's really saying as per se, as the situation that he's in, but he tries to give a background on how things were done and on how each of us should see what is happening today. Okay, that is what I take what Raila is saying. I'm not his supporter, I'm not a supporter of Ruto, so I'm an independent thinker.
What is your take on Raila saying that Ruto should resign because his father resigned?
No, that is his opinion. I don't think anyone should tell Ruto to resign. Ruto is constitutionally legal in the office. And the reason as to why all this is happening is because he has differed with the boss. I don't think the constitution mandates him to resign just because he disagrees. But the only thing, the problem is that the government in which he is a constituent in cannot be criticized by him because he's one of them. He has a good forum to talk to the president and tell him his mind, other than coming to us who are the voters who gave them the job, and then he comes back to complain to us. That is the gimmick. I think that's the mistake he's making, because we expect him to do the job we elected them to do, not to come back with the excuse that the boss is not a team player. That's insubordination, and in any case, hata kama, even if it's your own company, even if it's anything, that is a good ground of getting fired. But here, the law kind of chills him. In that way, I say that's a deviancy. That's a deviancy. It's like somebody is completely stubborn because of the law. And I think he's wrong on that. But he has a right to stay in the government, you know. So, can I say something about the security thing? You see, security, the security men and women of the nation comprises of all the forces: GSU, AOP, Kenya Police, and the armed forces. And these people are professionally trained, all of them, to do their job. Why does it matter which squad or what company they came from? But the message is that if he was not told, do the law require him to be informed? I don't know. I am that one. I stand to be advised. But in any case, those who are assigned to him are as equal task to those who left. Why are people making a big deal because maybe the Reggae squad, the GSU squad left and the AP took over? Are you saying that the AP are inferior, or they are not supposed to do the job? We are we pay them through our taxes, and we know that they are trained to do their job. Having a preference of GSU as opposed to AP is neither here nor there. And I don't think that is something that the country should have an issue with. But the thing, I think there is so much idleness, and people who are diehards of some politicians who are making this a big deal. But as courtesy dictates, those who are responsible for the security, they should have had courtesy of informing him. But you see now, it's my opinion that there is bad blood, and they kind of like feel like they had to do what they had to do just to make him feel what he's feeling now. Ruto is a very, very intelligent man, and I don't think he should get sacked with that. And I am sure with all this drama, is gaining popularity and stability on the ground more than he should have been if he was not, because he's always the news. But our country is for us all.
Tony, someone
Yes.
said that Jubilee and the UDA are one and the same thing. They are trying to make Ruto popular by creating those drama. What do you think?
I don't think so. I think UDA and Jubilee are divorced. They were once in, they shared, it was like they were married in one household. But right now, their interests are completely different. UDA, in fact, let me say this. Primarily, Ruto, Jubilee was the brain child of Ruto. He kind of wrapped up all the parties and put them under Jubilee. Remember, when Jubilee elections nominations were being done, there are so many people who cried, so many parties who had been wrapped in Jubilee cried foul. Even there are some who do not like Ruto just because they felt that he was dictating the nominations. Now, watch out, the same game will be played in UDA because there are so many people who have come there with an expectations that they will be the candidate. Wacha we ngoja kidogo. Nominations ikikuja, there will be divisions. And that is why some of them have learned a lesson and they have sprung out to form their own parties. Angalia watu kama Moses Kuria, Kiunjuri, Martha Karua, hao wamekataria pati zao. Remember, there are some who had refused to wrap up their parties, but they kind of associated with Jubilee. And Uda was one of them. The same game will be played. And Ruto knows that very well. He knows very well. But for the sake of amalgamating, bringing all the numbers together, he has to fight for that because that huge force is going to propel probably him to the office. But then be careful. If he was played up by
itakuwa ni mwisho wa handshake.
Handshake vile tumesema haikuletwa.
Should I stop?
Yeah, finish up fast. Sorry for that.
Yeah. So I am saying, for the sake of that coming together, for the sake of winning the elections, again, they was played up by Jubilee stalwarts. Watch out, there's some stalwarts are going to play Mark again. Those ones who are not going to go through, because in every constituency there is one seat, and all the supporters he has are many. Moses Kuria was singing about him, and see what he's talking about right now. Kiunjuri thinks that thought that he was the sacred cow to come, but he is very cautious and he's holding on his party. There are some
Can I add on something?
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, I think now we have an agreement that the only party in Kenya is ODM. As much as our moderator is Jubilee Mall, but at least now we can agree that the only party that can hold Kenya is ODM. Thank you.
I think your opinion is respected, but not necessarily true. The only thing I am saying.
Who is that? Who is that? Who is a Jubilee Mall? No?
Usijari na hiyo. It's right.
You Wekesa, no Wekesa, and you are a Wekesa.
No, I wanted to understand you because I haven't told you my stand, and I'm trying to bring out questions so that you can answer, and those are issues that are in public domain. I haven't even made my contribution on this debate. I haven't. I was just asking questions. I don't know where you have come from.
Okay.
Okay. Just proceed.
Yes. So the point I'm making is that all these parties are not permanent. They have support from outside. But a party that is going to amalgamate is going to bring other parties from outside. Trust me, that party is not going to stand the test of the times, because the parties that they were in believed on other things, and they gave them a leeway of contesting the office which is so much coveted. For instance, every party wants you find a seat of governorship. You find that other parties wants different people from different parties wants to contest on that seat. But now here they are going to be told, okay, shelf have your ambitions, let's give this one. Not the many are going to accept. And that is why the many people in Jubilee became mad when Jubilee was formed. Now imeenda. Na hata hii UDA is being formed for the sake of the elections. It will not stand the test of the times because the people inside have different ambitions, and they even their manifestos on their respective parties were different. So, but then let me say, Ruto is a very steadfast politician, but at the same time, his ambitions are overshadowing himself as a person. I believe he's a leader, but he's too ambitious that it kind of like he can scare some people off. And I think I wish those who are near to him can advise him. I wish he could work with others, like especially those who are in power, because hata yeye akikuwa rais atataka deputy yake amsikize, because he's the one in the office. So hiyo ndio shida kidogo, lakini I love the guy, although the ambitions kinds of also put me in questions. Thank you, sir.
Kwa sababu Raila anataka kuwa rais, Uhuru anastaafu. Ilikuwa iko na sababu imeandikwa pale. Tulisema ati wakati sisi tulikuwa tunapigania uhuru, Kenya ilikuwa imeungana pamoja. Umoja wa Kenya ndio ilazimisha mzungu atoke. Wazungu hawakutoka ati walikuwa wamependa. Wazungu walikuwa wamesema wamefanya nchi hii kama yao, kama vile walikuwa kule Afrika Kusini. Tena tulikuwa hapa na wakati hiyo ile sheria ya ubaguzi ambayo Mwafrika alikuwa anaitwa takataka, bloody African. Sasa Wakenya wakaja pamoja, wakaungana. Wakati ile mbaya, hali hatari ilitangazwa, kulikuwa na shida mingi. Wakati hiyo Mkikuyu alikuwa, manake wao ndio walianza vita hii ya Mau. Radio ilikuwa inatangaza kila mara, kila asubuhi, ati Wakikuyu na Waembu na Wameru ni watu hatari. Ukiona moja akipita karibu, piga ripoti kwa polisi mara moja. Wakati hiyo. Na kulikuwa kule mbaya sisi tunaishi huko Nyanza. Katika ziwa ya Victoria kuna kisiwa huko ambayo inaitwa Mageta. Hiyo kisiwa ya Mageta, Mau walifungwa huko. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni kama Robben Island ya hapa Kenya. Mzee wakina Waruru Kanja walifungwa hapo Mageta. Hapo ni walikuwa asubuhi wanaletwa na boti kutoka katika hiyo kisiwa katika nchi kavu kufanya kazi ya ujenzi ya barabara. Jioni wanarudishwa pale na hiyo boti. Ni kama nachukua kama dakika 30 kutoka kufika hapo na boti. Na walijua ya kwamba hawa watu hawezi kuogelea, na ukiogelea hapo kuna mamba mingi zaidi. Sasa kwa hivyo ukitoroka na uingie kwa maji, utaongea na mamba. Sababu hiyo kisiwa. Na mimi nakumbuka wakati mwingine walipiga mzungu ambaye alikuwa ndiye ana supervise. walimpiga wakamuua na wakatoroka watu wawili. Sasa walikuwa wanatafutwa na serikali, wakaleta hizi helicopters.
Thank you so much. Tuna George, you are back. George, unmute first. George, unmute.
Yeah, but
let me give you an opportunity. I've seen you on and off before you disappear.
No, I've
Maybe
just come in. This is the first time I'm coming in. So give me like 10 minutes and I'll contribute.
Okay, Bernard, I also have seen your network on and off.
Okay, fine.
No, there are two George. I'm talking about George in white.
Oh, okay, okay,
about
fine.
George in white. Yeah, George in white, kindly contribute.
Okay, thank you for welcoming me to the studio. I've been following almost now 1.5 months, and I really congratulate you guys. I'm George Moindi, and I'm from DC, and nakaa Dubai.
Yes, Professor.
Nafanya kazi ya msitu.
Bernard, let George finish and then you take her.
So, guys, you are such a blessing to so many people who are listening to you. And sometimes you are such a people who doesn't give up. Those people also are listening to you. Jana nilikuwa nataka kuingia kwa studio, network zangu zikakuwa ni mbaya. As I've seen people are coming to the studio by carrying their luggages, I also come in with my luggage. First of all, I will start by saying, Kenya tuko na shida mingi, and that one we must accept it. That is one. As we accept it, tutaanzia wapi? That is the first question. Kuanzia ni sisi, kila mtu analia anasema youths ndio wamedominate kwa Kenya. And as I accept it, ndio tumedominate, so all of the failures we must also accept sisi ndio tumeiangusha. On the other end, juu kama sisi ndio tumedominate, if we stand firm today tuseme George atakuwa president, atakuwa, because at the end of the day what will count, it's numbers. So sisi youths tukisema George atakuwa president na we endorse him and to vote for him, at the end of the day atakuwa. Lakini sasa tunakuja tunasema wasee wametusumbua, wametufanyia 1 2 3. At the end of the day tunaenda kwa magiza kwa mifuko yao, tunajificha huko. I've been following almost hiyo mwezi moja na nusu, nimeona vitu zingine na agree na vitu zingine sijaagiri nazo, lakini sasa najua every opinion ya kila mtu inakuwa respected. I cannot rule it out. Also kwa ule mwenye anasema pande yangu, naweza sema amesema vizuri. Kwa maono yangu, Kenya mahali penye tumefika, tunataka ukombozi. That is the point. We should start from that point. ukombozi itatoka wapi? We have been giving opportunities. I remember wakati last election, ndio election ya kwanza nimekuwa nyumbani, si zingine nimekuwa msitu huko. Hii yenye ilikuwa ya last, nilikuwa nyumbani na I had to carry kila kitu. Mimi nakuanga memba mmoja sana wa bunge la mwananchi, so we had to do everything so that Raila akuwe ndio president. At the end of the day we did faulu. Tukaenda tunatupa tumawe hapo Nairobi, tunakimbishwa. At the end of the day didn't work. So my point is, Ruto amekuja mzuri sana. Again,
just a question.
Somebody's talking, please.
Yeah, okay. If you can listen to me, my friend, you say that you're outside and you were in the country for one time to do the voting or something like that. But do you think that politicians in Kenya, they win elections or they buy elections or they take elections? Are they chosen by people or they take or they buy?
To my own point of view, kuna wenye wanachagua. Okay, let me be clear on this point.
Okay,
no, let me help you. All politicians in Kenya, including the president and the vice president, they all buy elections. That's a fact.
No. Okay, that's where
I can give you all the examples you want.
Okay. That was my point, and let me support my opinion. Okay.
Yeah, so they all buy the elections. That's why they don't want to have the election bill that
Kindly, you guys don't shortchange him. Allow him to finish his point. I know you may have different opinions, but you hate your time. Huh? Let him just make his point, kindly.
Okay, thank you. What I'm trying to say, if politicians wananunua, there is a margin politician hawezi nunua. If in case politician atakuwa mmoja ameshinda na, let me give you examples kama hizi nchi zenye zimedevelop. At least unapata number 1 ako 80 ama ako 70. So sasa the 30%, let's say the 10% hawata vote. So we are counting from 0 to 90. Number 1 akuwe na 70. We are remaining with 20. So number 2 atakuwa na 20%. So the 20%, hata ule mtu mwenye ataiba haezi iba aekee huyu mwenye amekuwa na 20% akuja kushinda huyu. So sasa inakuwa ule mtu mwenye ameibiwa walikuwa almost the same, so wanapeana that room ya kuiba. Let's say vijana tumesema tusimame na mtu mmoja.
George, ni wapi unatuelekeza wewe? George, we want to understand as much as we've given you time to talk. We want to understand ni wapi unatuelekeza.
Niruhusu nimsaidie tafadhali.
Briefly.
Yes. Aya George tigango konya. Okay.
Yes, I'm listening.
Politics is about interests. And those who are interested in particular seats comes together just to take the office. The reason was why Yeah, the reason as to why I say that politicians in Kenya, they are not elected is because the interest supersedes the what the voters want. That's why they use money and they buy votes. Now, you know very well that there is money that is distributed. What do you think that money is for? Or what's the source of the money? And if you spend money, don't you want to return the money? Now,
Yes, so of course.
yeah, people who are your supporters, they support you, they can give you even financial or support with expectations that they will sit with you in the office on the same table once you win, so that they can control the contracts. And these contracts are the ones you have heard ya wazungu wako watu wana ask hiyo percentage yao. And very funny individuals are extremely rich na hawajaenda hata shule, hawafanyi kazi, and that is what is happening now. You as a leader, you do not know they are even doing that, but because you trust them, they use your office kufanya hiyo mambo yote.
Yes.
So the problem is that we electorates, we accept the handouts, and these handouts, they are not given necessarily by the candidate, but by the surrogates. Surrogates ni hao machamaa hao wenye wanajua mikakati ya politics, wanapanga panga mahali fulani, beba pesa kiasi hivi, alafu uende upee watu, alafu uambie wa vote. And those are the people who are really wrecking the economy. In fact, I like Ruto, but I fear the people around him and supporting him, because those people are completely reckless in terms of how they want to enrich themselves. But Ruto in himself, he has a good heart and he wants to do good for the country. But it's not going to work because of the surrogates. And that is what happened to.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's have Bernard contribute, then Richard, then we go to the next George.
Sasa mimi unioni hapa, ni sawa tu.
I'm giving people for the first
Hello,
contribution.
everyone.
You have already contributed the first time, you want the second one. We are still doing the first round, guys. Don't be selfish.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hello.
Are you able to get me?
Uko sawa, proceed.
Yes. Okay, sir. Are you able to get me? Hello.
I'm hearing you. Proceed kindly.
Hey, are we there?
Yes,
okay,
we are
thank you very
hearing
much.
you.
It's been long and I'm having network issues. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for today's topic, Raila Speaks is it's valid in terms of his major contribution towards bringing us up to speed, the marriage between the past, the present, and the future. We cannot be a people without our roots. And so if we cannot find our identity from our roots, we will not be able to handle whatever it is that we may be faced with. So I would want to call us, especially the mature young people, to realize that without our roots, we don't have roots to give to our children. So let us not trivialize our historical reality when it comes to persuasion over who takes leadership in this country. Secondly, matters the mountain. The mountain, I have said here before, and I'll keep saying, it is not in anybody's pocket as at now. Anybody thinking that is daydreaming, and he is over what? He's over expectant. He may not deliver the pregnancy. From the history of how the mountain votes and when the decision of who to vote for takes place, it is too early in the day for anybody to claim he has taken the mountain. The propaganda being peddled around by especially the Uda fraternity, it's all but looking for headlines, how to feature in the news and the rest. And they want to cause the nation to believe that because everybody has heard of them or everybody has spoken about them, so everybody is committing to them. Those are two different things. I can know about you, I may be hearing about you, but my commitment to you, it will require much more than that. And so we need to, invest in politics with some kind of appreciation that Kenyans are not fools. Kenyans are not children. They know who stands for what, when, who has a track record of believing in Kenya, and he wants the best for Kenya. So let us not trivialize politics by making it a wholesome bunch of lies put together to persuade people so that you get the votes. After you get the votes, then what? On matters security, the root of fraternity has been on top, complaining of the and the rest of the matters about why is the DP, somebody has feedback, why is the DP being targeted and that? In my opinion, it is not the DP being targeted. It is the DP who has been pushing the president for a long time to do whatever he can do. And if those of you can remember, there is a message that Honorable Kutun gave after the Kiamba, or just before the Kiamba by-election, and said that the DP and his team have been out to prove a point, to show how much stamina they have. They have been poking and provoking the president over and over to do his worst. And said the president has been ignoring, but things are not going to continue as usual. That was a warning given by Kutun to the Uda people who wants the president to do his worst, because they have chosen a party, they are popularizing the party, and they will get it their way. The president can forget whatever regulation he places. Now, all this has not taken place for 1 week. This has been going on for years now. When the president said this, they overturn it this way. Now, with that as the boss, he will one day, a time arrives when he has to crack the whip. And I think that time has knocked at this point in time. And we should not, things are no longer at ease. I think it's time for lines to be drawn and people to decide where to stand. That you have a following doesn't give you permission to misbehave and not be touched. Nobody is untouchable in this nation. And we think that because we have gathered some young people and they are following us, so we can do whatever we want and nothing will happen to us. Things are going to happen because we have a nation to protect, we have an international image to protect, and the constant push and pull between the president and his DP has painted the international image of this nation badly. And I think it's about time we redeem it. And so the president should do something better than what he's already doing. The DP to resign, it is a matter of principle. I've heard it being said. And if he respects himself and he has any nerve within himself, there is no need of hanging on a marriage that is already finished. You could have paid the dowry, walked the aisle, promised before God and men that you will stay together until death do you part. But when the doing is no longer doing, you don't have to hang on somebody, say, I married you and I must die with you. Nobody dies with any other except they so choose. And so the DP needs to make up his mind, either to be in government or stay out of government. So resigning is not a matter of we're elected together. And let me just say this as I conclude. Being elected together, okay, was not the DP and the president did not begin their journey at the ballot. Okay, there was a time when there was a consideration between swapping the position where the DP becomes the president and the president becomes the running mate early in 2012. And what happened? The Uhuru Kenyatta told his DP and said, I can only guarantee you my vote and probably that of my wife. But the mountain vote, if we make you the flag bearer of this movement, it may not materialize. And that is what made this duo get where they got. Now, that worked because Uhuru decided that William Ruto will be his running mate. He would have chosen any other person. So you cannot be picked to be a running mate, then you come and begin to run the show. I don't see that happening anywhere in the world, only in Kenya. And we can't allow this to continue. So let us be sober about this. And this business of getting worked up because somebody's security has been changed. We've been sleeping hungry. Nobody has demonstrated. We've gone without many, whatever. Like right now, there is a scarcity of insufficient vaccine for COVID, and all people are suffering all manner of things. Why should we make an issue out of a simple adjustment in government structure of which we have no say? Okay, we have no say on this matter. And so let the DP and the president sort out their difference. And if their marriage is not working, let the president crack the whip early in the day. We have danced on this thing for too long. It's time to build the nation. I choose to end it there, and I may not stay long, but let's build the nation.
Umeongea kama Murkomen.
You have a question, Andrew?
I'm saying that he has talked like Murkomen.
Okay, thank you. Let me give Richard a chance, then we go to Anaitwa Gap. You had a question, Tony? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Tony, you're on mute. Okay. Let's proceed to Richard. Richard, unmute. Richard, unmute kindly before you speak.
Hey, analog in a
This is happening to people. Richard, unmute.
Richard, unmute.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Inawekwa kasi
kila mahali
Yes,
district mpya.
what happened?
Hii district mpya, na sheria inasema bunge linaweza kuleta district. Sasa sisi tuko ndani ya serikali, waziri mkuu hana habari ati rais kesa atakwenda kupeana district pale, anapeana tu peke yake. Je, hiyo ni haki? Hiyo ni haki? Hiyo ni heshima kweli? Kuna heshima kweli? Ndio sisi tunasema hiyo mpaka sisi tuheshimiwe. Maana yake hizi madistrict napewa na nguvu gani? Na nguvu gani? Na tuko ndani ya serikali, nasema nusu nusu. Nusu nusu namna gani? Waziri mkuu anakuja kwa sherehe kubwa kama na hii ya serikali, PC hakuna. Unaambia PC ameenda Nairobi. Kama Kibaki alikuwa anakuja hapa, PC angeweza kwanza kuja kwa hapa? Angekosa? Angekosa? Na angewekewa sana namna hii bila hata choo? Angewekewa? Alafu na nusu kapeti namna hii, nusu mkeka, nusu mkeka. Alafu anasema ati wao wanakuheshimu. Mimi hata nasema itoe hii kapeti, itoke hapa. Hakuna respect, hakuna respect. Wanakuchukua wewe kama namna hiyo tu. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba sisi ODM ndio tulishinda uchaguzi. Wale waliiba ushindi wetu, waliiba ushindi wetu, alafu wanatutusi kila siku. Hiyo ni ungwana kweli? Ni ungwana kweli? Mimi sijaiba mali ya mtu. Vile tunasema ni ya kwamba lazima sisi tuheshimiwe. Wezi mpaka waheshimu wenye mali, na wenye mali ndio sisi. Asanteni sana.
Can I take over?
Okay, the person I wanted to speak is not there. Can you proceed? Say what you wanted to say.
Yeah, what I want to say is this. You know, what I was expecting from BBI is to neutralize the powers that we have on our politicians. Let's make up politics and leadership of Kenya to be just like any other leadership, because what Kenya, ile kitu ina Kenya inafanyika saizi, unapata people are dying to be an MP, people are dying to be an MCA, people are dying to be the president or to be a vice president. Why, when we're in this other world, these positions, they really are there for serving the people. Once we can do that, then a lot of the interest that people are wanting to have in the politics will kind of go down. That's why you see Raila was fighting about, as much as I love Raila to death, but that's why he was fighting about unajua nusu mkeka nini. Saizi Ruto analia amenyang'anywa security. The following day next year Uhuru akitoka atakuwa anasema mimi nilikuwa president, sijafanyiwa hivi na hivi na hivi. So once we can have our constitution on the neutral basis that politicians can be just the normal mwananchi, and you don't have to add a lot of money to contribute to the community, then that's where we will have the clean politics. But the moment we make these people have big monies, drive big cars with too much security and everything, the power goes to their heads. That's what I was expecting on the BBI. The second thing that I was expecting on the BBI, that I don't support the BBI and I'm happy that the BBI failed, is like the poverty level. I was expecting that Raila, because he has suffered and he knows how Kenyans people have suffered, I think the minimum wage in the BBI should be the first point, whereby they could have changed the minimum wage, apart from even the bringing up the ombudsman and other stuff. That's the politics of Kenya, and that's why we are having all these things of the power hungry. So as young people, I think as much as Raila have contributed, Uhuru have done his part, Kibaki have done his part, but we as the people, what do we really want? Do we really want these powerful positions that we have in our government? No, we don't need that. That's my take.
Okay, Gab, can you make your contribution before network lets you down again? You unmute and make your contribution.
Okay, thank you, guys. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, proceed.
Am I on?
Yes, you are on. Proceed.
Yes, you are on. Proceed. Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief about what I feel as a Kenyan about the leadership of this country and what we are about to witness during our next elections. Normally, I believe the president should be respected by everyone who is under him. And since the time the Uruto took power, I tend to think they were like inseparable twins. Like we used to see them wearing uniforms and doing things together until something came in between them, which normally we think is a handshake. So for me, I think Ruto should have taken this thing differently than the approach he approached it, and started behaving like he took the role of opposition in this country, which Raila used to take a long time. You tend to wonder how one can oppose the same government is in. For instance, like the story of the security. The APs are Kenyan police. They are under the same umbrella as the GSU. So is there any logic anyway, where one should feel that these ones are, I can doubt these ones and I can believe in the other team, like the people are complaining and his followers are also making the internet hot about this story. So I believe the issue of resigning can come in. Ruto should just be proud enough of himself, and since he's smart, he's a smart politician, resign and start campaigning now on the other side, instead of campaigning against the same government he's in. That's my take. And then what we are expecting the next election will be two horse race, I believe, Raila and Ruto. So we brace ourselves for the election, very hot contest election. Thank you.
Okay, what is your take on issue of unmute first? Unmute first.
I'm on. I'm not here.
Yeah, mute. I speak, then you unmute. This echoes. Okay, so I'm saying, what's your take on Raila saying that Ruto should resign because his father saw it honorable to resign after the president had refused to assign him duties, and he said that in his conscience he cannot earn a free salary, so he decided to tender his resignation. What do you think?
Okay, I personally think Ruto should not be forced to resign, or none of the leaders should feel that he should resign. It is Ruto himself who should resign honorably, because what he was elected to do is not doing. Actually, he started campaigning immediately after election. So to people, it appears that he's not in that government he's pretending to be. So I think he should resign to honor himself, to just be a gentleman enough and do exactly what he wants to do, than hiding in government which is fighting. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. Community. Okay, mute. Thank you. Mute.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
sir.
Community, you are welcome. Make your submission. I don't know if you have been following us or we need to bring you to speed.
No, I've been following from the underground.
Okay, thank you. So make your contribution.
Yeah, in fact, before I speak of the topic of Raila speaks, the issue of what happened yesterday to William Samoei Ruto, me, I was not shocked because William Samoei Ruto, in fact, what I have come to realize that he has turned the current residency into a UDA office. So, in fact, that is why you've seen the government has come into full force in order to show that truly what is doing is not right. Because if you are you want to take credit of the good which the government has done, but when negative things come, you are the one who is making a lot of noise. So just getting a slight slap on the cheek by downgrading the security of William Samoei Ruto, he cannot cry because that is what he has been advocating for. And the other thing, maybe what I can see, maybe the information which William Samoei Ruto gathers every morning, maybe he has been leaking to the number one keyboard warrior who is called Itumbi, because you know Itumbi has been leaking a lot of sensitive classified information in as far as government is concerned. So maybe within those structures of GSU, maybe someone has been giving that information. So in order for the government to cut that loophole, yeah, just I'll come later. 1 minute.
Angela, you're welcome. George, you're welcome. Is your mic on? I see you talking, but okay, maybe it's on phone. Angela, can you speak first? Angela?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Angie.
Pastor, hi. Sawa.
I'm fine. Thank you, Angela. Sasa vipi?
Poa, long time bwana, umenitupa.
Pole pole, nilikuwa nimenyamaza kiasi lakini nimerudi.
Sawa.
I'm happy you're back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think nani Wekesa just send me the topic. Sijafuatilia, niko busy. Sasa ndo namaliza shughuli zangu. So nimeona tu uko live na nikajoin. So hata sijui mmetoka wapi, mmefika wapi.
Wekesa, are you responding?
Mkono. Itakuwa ni mwisho wa handshake.
Handshake vile tumesema, na haikuletwa kwa sababu Raila anataka kuwa rais, Uhuru anastaafu. Ilikuwa iko na sababu, na sababu imeandikwa pale. Tulisema ati wakati sisi tulikuwa tunapigania uhuru, Kenya ilikuwa imeungana pamoja. Umoja wa Kenya ndio ilazimisha mzungu atoke. Wazungu hawakutoka ati walikuwa wamependa. Wazungu walikuwa wamesema wamefanya nchi hii kama yao, kama vile walikuwa kule Afrika Kusini. Tena tulikuwa hapa na wakati hiyo ile sheria ya ubaguzi ambayo Mwafrika alikuwa anaitwa takataka, bloody African. Sasa Wakenya wakaja pamoja, wakaungana. Wakati ile mbaya, hali hatari ilitangazwa, kulikuwa na shida mingi. Wakati hiyo Mkikuyu alikuwa, manake wao ni walianza vita hii ya Maumau. Radio ilikuwa inatangaza kila mara, kila asubuhi, ati Wakikuyu na Waembu na Wameru ni watu hatari. Ukiona moja akipita karibu, piga ripoti kwa polisi mara moja. Wakati hiyo, na kulikuwa kule ambayo sisi tunaishi huko.
Sijui kama unakubaliana na wanaosema Deputy President, kwa sababu bado wanateta akiwa ndani, inafaa jiuzulu. Sijui kama unakubaliana na wanaosema hivyo.
Unajua, hii sio mara ya kwanza tuko na makamu wa rais. Babangu mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga alikuwa ndio makamu wa rais wa kwanza. Wengine watakwambia wewe ati hilo ilikuwa ni katiba tofauti, lakini sio hivyo. Yale yalivyokuwa, yeye hakufutwa na Kenyatta, lakini aliona kama mambo yalikuwa yamebadilika, alikuwa hapewi kazi. Ndio sababu yeye akasema hawezi kukaa, na akaandika barua. Hii barua bado unaweza kupata katika archives, ambayo alisema ati I cannot justify earning public salary without responsibility. The future generation will look very much unkindly at me.
Angela, that's briefly what we are discussing. Raila speaks, and you can have a take on based on what you have heard. It was a long session, but we just picked a few clips.
Can you hear me?
I'm talking about Angela. Let Angela finish hers, and then we come back to you, because I had given you a session and I realized you are on phone. So let Angela finish, and then we come back to you.
Yes, I have heard the speech of Raila Amolo Odinga, and amesema ya kwamba handshake haikuletwa sababu ya Raila anataka kuwa president oro Uhuru anataka kuretire. Ameongea vizuri akisema handshake ilikuwa ni kuleta amani na umoja katika Kenya. It's very true. Hapo I support him. Ameongea kitu cha maana. Because as much as I'm opposing Wekesa is proposing, at the end of the day, in Kenya we need one another. Hakuna haja ya chuki, hakuna haja ya madharau. Juu bado nahitaji msaada wako, unahitaji msaada wangu, bado tunasaidiana kwa vyovyote vile. So sometimes huwa tunakosa hekima, tunarudi kwa wanasiasa, tunaanza kukorofishana, tunakosa amani, na bado at the end of the day we are the people who are suffering. Unapata nahitaji msaada wa Bernard kwa sababu yeye ni baba damu, mimi ni deputy Ruto damu. Unapata juu mtu wa Raila mimi ananiboo sana kama Raila, mtu wa Ruto ananiboo sana kama Ruto. I think we should not focus on those things. Tukifocus on those things, sisi ndo tutakuwa tunatawanyisha Kenya na sisi ndo tutakuwa tunaumia. At the end of the day, these people up there, kuna vile wako kwa level yenye hatufiki, hata tuking'ang'ana hatuwezi wafikia. And amesema ati Jaramogi Odinga alikuwa deputy president na alijiuzulu. So alisema haezi fanya kazi ya bure. Hana kazi anafanya, so haezi kula mshahara ya bure. Sometimes I normally do what? Huwa na chukua maisha ya kale na yaleta na maisha ya sasa, napata ya kwamba maisha ya kale yalikuwa tofauti, sababu mtu angetumia hekima fulani iliyo ndani mwake kuliko sahi. Wakati huu wale viongozi tuko nao wamekosa mwelekeo. And I normally say this, some 75% of our leaders, they go there because of their own interests. Wezi niambia ati mtu ataacha kula mkate resign aende nyumbani. Ni ngumu. Hakuna. Hata kesho hii kama ni wewe, uwezi. Nani alisema? Utakula mpaka ile siku itafika mwisho. Hiyo ndo siku utawacha. Hiyo ile siku inasema ukikula itafikia pale ndo mwisho wake. Hapo ndo hiko. So they might be thinking that Deputy Ruto must resign, but haezi resign. In really sense haezi na haezi. At first akona katiba inamfavor, so he take it as an advantage for him that as long as hata wakipiga kelele, oh I have to resign, me I was elected with the people, so hakuna penye wanaweza fanya nini, wanaweza niokotea ndo wafanya nini, wanitoe pale kama deputy president. Unaipata inakuwa ngumu, tutapiga midomo bure. At the end of the day he's still our deputy, ako pale bado anahesabika kama deputy president. Ushuru tunakatwa, yeye anakula mshahara. Wewe tu ni ushuru unakatwa, yeye mshahara inaingia. Akisema amenyang'anywa jeshi, amepewa AP, still those APs are being paid. Hakuna venye utasema ati juu amepewa AP hawalipwi, so kuna vile taxes zimereduce. Taxes ni zile tu, bado ananyang'anywa, amenyang'anywa, lakini bado wanalipwa. And I've heard Atwoli saying this, like this is saying this, the guy I think amesema Hilary Mutyambai amefanya makosa, angemconsole kwanza ndo withdraw his security. And Atwoli he normally opposes Deputy Ruto hadi hamtaki, but on my surprise nimeshtuka nikaona Atwoli pia kumbe kuna matime anaweza reason, kuna matime watu tunamdharau, but sometimes he reasons out. Amesema ya kwamba mtu akiwa kwa serikali, haijalishi ana oppose, haijalishi ako kwa mrengo upi, hafai kunyang'anywa security kulingana na sheria. Anafaa kwanza kuelezewa kwanza, ambiwe iko hivi. Unaenda kwa boma, unazoea watu fulani, unapata watu fulani. Hata wewe unaweza toroka kwa boma.
Atwoli has criticized the withdrawal of GSU officers from guarding Deputy President William Ruto's homes in Karen and Eldoret. Atwoli says every leader is entitled to security irrespective of political affiliation, adding that the Inspector General of Police ought to have discussed the move with the Deputy President prior to implementing the changes. The Court Secretary General is of the opinion that the move gives the Deputy President unnecessary political mileage and sympathy.
When it comes to security of any Kenyan, I don't compromise. And I equally don't support what government did. And if they were to change that security, they would have done it with the knowledge of our deputy president. Because we don't want these lame excuses being blamed on the government because of the security and other people, when there are big issues facing this country. But what they normally should do is that they will come and discuss with you and tell you, please, as such an officer or these officers, we are trying to change them for this reason. You should not just come at home and you find they have changed. There are new faces in your home. You might even run away from that home.
Proceed, Angela. I just wanted everybody to capture what he said.
So I just conclude my opinion by saying this. In Kenya now, everything have become as a political thing. Kila kitu imekuwa ni siasa, kila kitu imekuwa ni siasa. But at the end of the day, as we Kenyans ndo tutaenda kuumia or tutaenda kufaidika. Tusipofikiria vizuri, where are we heading to? What are we doing? And what are we supposed to do? We shall continue crying in this Kenya of ours, blaming each other day and night. We ulipigia fulani, tungepigia fulani, tungekuwa vizuri. Tungefanya hivi, tungekuwa vizuri. So, it's like we are in an exam room. When you study well, you perform. And when you study poorly, you fail your exam. I surrender there.
Angela, someone has a question. Tony, what is
Yeah.
the question?
Angela.
Yes.
What I wanted to remind you is public life or politicians, they serve the public purposes. They don't serve private purposes. One of the things that DP Ruto, whom I admire so much because of his way, the way he plays politics, he knows politics. He's in the office and he's earning money. And that money is, this position is secured by the constitution. Hiyo ukatili yake ya kukatili ama to go against the president who is the boss, he knows the president cannot fire him and he's not going to get fired. And he's sending a message, I don't care what you say. So now, let me talk about personal progressive versus the public development. Most of our politicians, when they go to the office, the first thing they want to know, what am I getting in this office? It comes that apate pesa yake, mshahara yake, straightforward 5 years, familia yake inakaa poa. Ile ya public, they regulate. The cronies, the people close to him, they regulate the contracts. They use their names to get the contracts or to do the broking. And that's how people gain. Sasa,
Tony, siulize swali.
Yeah, sasa ndio nasema, the so-called youth, how are we developing?
Swali ama unauliza swali? Tunangojea kukujibu bana. Unasema swali ama unauliza?
How are the youths of Kenya developing from these political leaders they put in the office overwhelmingly?
Angela,
Clinton, you wanted to help Angela answer or she can answer?
But hajashindwa. Angela, answer that one.
Angela, can you answer your question?
Tony, I just want to tell you this, that when we youth, how are we gaining from these politicians? There are some who say they gain, and there are some who mostly say that we don't gain. So it depends with whom are you gaining from and the person whom you elected.
Sema wewe ni nini?
Atis, ebu come again, sema mimi bu.
Naomba niseme kitu.
I can help Angela answer.
What is it?
Yes. I am saying leadership, especially from the public office, makes you responsible not just to yourself, but to the entire country. From what Tony has said, the leaders and how they are carrying themselves in public, they are either teaching the young people bad manners or good manners. And in conclusion, the DP is demonstrating to be defiant and untamed. And that is not a good sign to be adopted by young people. Leadership begins by self-regulation. Self-discipline is the highest discipline in life. If your boss has wronged you, you don't go to anika him in public. There is many channels to address the differences. But this tit for tat is not doing well for this country and is teaching our children bad manners.
Okay, I can now
I
answer
want to.
what
You want
Tony
to
was
answer?
saying. To what Tony was saying.
Okay.
So moderator, dakika mbili tu. Tony amesema kwamba sijui ametumia neno gani kudescribe Ruto, venye Ruto hataki kusikia anachoambiwa. Sasa mi ningependa kuuliza Tony, nisaidie tu na examples mbili za kuniconvince kwamba William Ruto hajaonesha heshima kwa mheshimiwa rais. Only 2 examples, then I'll be convinced.
Let me answer
Because
that.
umetumia neno ukatili.
Yeah.
Kwa
I
hivyo
want to,
mheshimiwa naibu wa rais ni mkatili. So any 2 examples to support the ukatili in him.
let me answer that. I think we're the same group, and if I have got an answer, I can be.
Man, I beg Tony to answer this.
No,
This question was for Tony.
Ukatili, if I'm right, I'm not very good in Swahili, but ukatili means defiance. You say no to what your boss is saying, and you do not care what he thinks about it. My connection is very.
So
now
the boss is ever right.
Clinton.
Yeah.
As he answers that, you can also watch that photo and you will comment later. Okay, let him proceed.
Yes, yeah. One of the things he has said, he recently made statements answering the president that he's not going to resign. It is too bad for them if they think he's wrong, because he knows he's right. He told them BBI was wrong, and it has been said it is wrong. He was told to stop campaigning, early campaigning, and he said he would not stop because one of his job descriptions was to assist the president to go everywhere and check on the programs that the government had initiated. Now the president anamuuliza, you are criticizing the government, and on one hand that it is doing wrong, and on the other side you are saying sisi kama serikali tumefanya hii.
Okay. So Tony, just hold on. Hapo kwa when William criticizes the government, umemsikia akicriticize government, alafu akisifu pia government, tumefanya, tumetenga, vitu kama hizo.
You
so
can't say
ni which negative thing? Wait. What was this negative thing that William Ruto said about the government that was not true?
For one, what he's saying about the government that is not true is that the president has deviated from his four-point agenda. The president has never deviated. What the president is doing, he added handshake as one of the 4 agendas. In fact, that has to be number 5. He did not.
That's why he's saying that the president has deviated.
Wacha nikukate kiasi. Between the DP and our president, we don't know what made them to separate.
No, we do know.
Everybody when he's
But
being
it
asked,
is what we are trying to find out with Tony.
everybody when he's being asked, kila mtu anasema mimi sijui, uliza huyo. Tunaweza ona vile wanarushiana maneno.
Hapana.
Tunaweza ona vile president ana blame Ruto venye ana criticize government na as he's still in a government. Tunaweza ona Ruto vile anajibu president wake. But all in all, they are not open. There is something they are hiding behind. They are not telling us the ukweli. Believe me not, kuna kakitu walikorofishiana. See for agenda. See big. It is not the big four agenda. We are not kids.
Okay,
There is
Ruto.
something they are, both of them. They are hiding. So they just, when we shall know the thing, ndo tutajua who is wrong and who is right. But right now, we can't judge the president, we can't judge Ruto. Tuone tu siasa zao wakirushiana maneno. At the end of the day, days are going, months are moving, time is moving, it will end.
Let me chip in.
Wekesa, I will continue with Tony maybe kwa time yangu. Hiyo yangu imekatizwa, so maybe
Okay, sawa. Can we now give
baadaye.
let's give chance to George to make his contribution. George, then community, you're back.
George ako na kelele ya radio.
George, I don't know what is happening to your.
I don't have a radio. I don't have a radio. It was somebody.
No, you are appearing twice. Let me remove one. I think maybe that's why we're having the echoes.
Yeah. Maybe. Am I okay?
I proceed.
Okay. I want to meet you all, and then I want to start by maybe I'll be the better one today. There's a speaker that said that Ruto si mbaya, wafuasi yake ndio wabaya. I can't believe that because wafuasi yake watu ambao Ruto mwenyewe Amerika. You cannot
George,
tell me.
Sikuski.
How come? How come?
Ongeza volume.
Niongeze volume.
Yes, now you are clear.
Now
you are clear.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, can you hear me?
Uko sawa, proceed. Okay, community, proceed.
Yes. Ningependa kuambia Angela namna hii kuhusu mambo yenye yalijiri kati ya Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na William Samoei Ruto. In fact, hayo hatuwezi tukayajua, but I'm very sure wakati Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta atakapotoka afisini atawacha file. After 30 years tutaenda kwa maktaba, then itafunguliwa, then tuone ni information gani aliwacha pale ambayo ilifanya wakakorofishana. Kwa sasa hivi I'm very sure hawezi wakatuambia. Now Raila speaks.
Sasa Wekesa, huyu ancestor ni ancestor kweli. Eti after 30 years ndio kujua walikosania nini. But in life. Hatuwezi tukajua hata next year, ni after 30 years tuende maktabani. Hapana, haukupewa jina ancestor bure.
Mungu atakuweka usije ukakuwa ancestor mapema brother.
Nishakuelewa.
Sawa. So kuhusu mambo ya Raila speaks, mimi nitasema kweli, truly Raila, he has spoken. This man ambaye anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, mimi in fact namtolea kongole because this is the man in fact who has been part of the struggle to bring down Moi regime. Na in fact tuliona yale ambayo yalijiri because it wasn't just a smooth walking in the park. Alafu tena kuhusu Raila Amolo Odinga, the man has been in the streets with civil society groups, young professionals, agitating for reforms in Kenya. In fact, unapoangalia CV ya Raila kuhusu reforms, manze utampatia marks karibu yote. Alafu kitu chingine kuhusu second liberation of Kenya, I give Raila 95% out of 100%. Raila was kwa hiyo second liberation
unapatia nani? Hiyo 5% unapakisha unapatia nani?
Basi Raila Amolo Odinga in fact nampatia 100%. Thank you for correcting. Nampatia 101 juu ya 100.
Nataka Clinton akasirike.
Kwendeni na huko.
Alafu
kama
jambo la mwisho
tatu mmeshindwa kupata 50+1. Mmea itoke wapi?
Yeah. Alafu jambo la mwisho nikimalizia, this is the man in fact who fought for this constitution ambayo in fact ilipata give birth to devolution, whereby the fruits in fact so many of people so many Kenyans, hata mimi hata kama niko hapa majuu kidogo, I'm really enjoying those fruits. So nikiona baba namna hii, my brothers and sisters, nawaambia hebu mpatie hiyo Mandela moment, then kutoka hapo tutaangalia mambo ingine. So Jakaredo, I'm very sure hata wewe utaleta report card ya William Samoei Ruto mwenye una advocate for, tuangalie mambo ya reforms vile amefanya.
Mimi
tuangalie mambo ya liberation vile amefanya. Asante.
Shidangu na wewe ancestor, let us let those who died rest in peace. We cannot compare a legend like Mandela with other people. Please respect the dead. You are an ancestor. Kwa CRE standard 6 tunafundishwa tuwaheshimu ancestors. So you cannot compare a legend with other people. Please let us have boundaries. Please, ancestor.
What do you mean that we cannot compare ancestors?
But Mandela was one. He was in South Africa. Kuna Mandela mwingine within the streets of Kibera. Have you seen one?
We can always compare people.
But you can only compare someone who is worth that title. You know.
So is Mandela a title? Is a character?
How many times did Mandela vie for the presidency?
Mandela was in prison for 29 years.
And the Kenyan Mandela was in prison for how long?
For 9 years and kept in the struggle.
How is 9 related to 26? Then we compare the time.
When we refer the expression Mandela moment.
I think this bottom up is what we can compare with Mandela. This bottom up approach.
Okay.
I really
Wait, Dynasty Wekesa, it is me to say my point on Baba Speaks. I said yesterday that he will always speak. Yeah? So he heard me and he spoke. So
okay, proceed after that, and then George, I hope now you have stabilized your network. So yeah, proceed, Clinton.
I hope you can hear me.
And you hold your attackers. You see, I'm the only Tanga in the show. Hold them. Yeah?
Okay.
Your strikers like Ben, Ancestor, now wengine wote washike. So Mimi nimeona tu title hapo kwa gazeti eti Baba Speaks. Asubuhi nilijaribu kutune in, lakini watangazaji walikuwa wanafanya introduction kwa Kikuyu, na mimi hiyo lugha siipendi kwa sielewi. Kinaelewa tu ni kwamba kuna siku ataenda Sagana, alafu wakisema turihamwe, hiyo inamaanisha si tumelewana tuhame kwa Ruto. Tumtoke tu hivyo. That's the meaning of that. Alafu bwana huyu Janet anavutana na mimi, but it's all right. So Wekesa, venye nimefuatilia venye mmeongea about Baba Speaks, niko sure alitaja Ruto, because that's the disease that is ailing him, and I can say this on that. Jaramogi alikuwa vice president, na hizo enzi each and every province ilikuwa inatoa vice president. Ndio wa feel kwamba wamekuwa included kwa Kenyatta's government. So even the 8 vice presidents hawakuwa wanajua who is the first, because wote walikuwa the same under Kenyatta. So when we see how the Kenyatta Junior is dealing with the so-called vice or DP, si kitu ngeni kwetu. Tuliona huko 1960 something, tukasahau venye community ancestor amesema after over 30 years tumekuja kuona venye huyu mwingine pia ana deal na manaibu wake. Kama saizi kuna manaibu wengi, anaweza tuma Kalonzo kama naibu mahali. Weta ndio sijaisikia akitumwa, lakini Mudavadi ametumwa. Raila pia anatumwa kama naibu. So wote hawako sure. Now that Ruto is out, kati yetu nani anatrustiwa sana? So it is history repeating itself. Alafu the Mandela moment hii mnasema, huyo Mandela sasa akisema kwamba Ruto should resign like his dad. These two guys are different, even from the history. Moja wao alikuwa side ya wazungu, watu wakipigania inaitwa nini, independence. Wazungu walipochoka, wameshindwa, wakasema let us give to a friendly person to lead the nation. Na kwa sababu pengine hakuwa anaelewa umuhimu wa kuwa president, ama hakuwa anataka, akasema ameachia mzee Kenyatta. So we cannot be blamed for someone who made his own decision. Hakutaka kuwa rais, akisha peana ndio anakuja kusumbua Kenyatta hapa nyuma, mara sasa anataka, mara ana organize nini. In fact, I congratulate Kenyatta on how he dealt with the one that resigned.
Jakaredo, you are not giving accurate information. It was paramount that Kenyatta be released.
But Kenyatta could have been released when Jaramogi was president. Kenyatta kuja apate yeye ni rais.
No, that's what we are saying. He wasn't an opportunist to grab a position. He was a nationalist. Placed the interest of the country ahead of his personal position. Today, what was
Kenyatta came from prison, akachukua. Hiyo aligrab ama alipewa?
I think Jacoredo, you are
let me finish.
You are referring to the leaders. I think this forum, we should talk about factual things instead of misleading others.
But it is true that
you know, Oredo, you cannot be the champion of history. All of us here, we know the history. And I think what you're giving us is actually misleading this whole group. Honestly.
So, George, with due respect, up to that point penye nimefika, ni uongo gani nimesema? Eti unataka niseme Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa nani? Oginga alikuwa rais. Unataka niseme hivyo na hakuwa?
Odinga championed the release of Kenyatta for the national interest. If he was selfish, he would have taken forget, like Ngeno was proposing, that they are the elected leaders. They should forget the ones that
Exactly.
So why are we doing things that are obvious?
And I said that Wekesa protects me on my 5 minutes and he just refused. Nikimalizia.
Your security was withdrawn, but I'm bringing some APs. I'm bringing some APs.
Tangatanga mchukue tu mlete hata APs watatulinda tu.
Hiyo AP ndio bottom up.
Wait, George, leave me alone, bana. Continue with your top bottom. So, bana Wekesa, I think Baba should not even mention William Ruto's name, that William Ruto should resign. Baba is one person who was frustrated by Kibaki, akalilia hadi choo na hema na red carpet. Hakuwahi resign. Mbona hapa kwa Ruto ametukaba tu, kama kwa unhappy a resign. Ye pia alijikuta kwa situation kama hii, kwa ngori kama hii. Alifanya nini? He stayed put up to the last moment. Sasa William Ruto akistay, kuna shida gani? Then Baba akiaddress, Baba pia
the grand coalition from people in the same party, voted together in the same party, the same ideology, one president, the other one deputy president. You cannot compare what happened in 2007 with what is going on between the president and the DP. They are two different.
I'm not
different ideologies.
I haven't compared the Wekesa, kuna mtu anafaa kumute juu atupatani poa. Kina Tony wa mute mic bana, kuna kelele. Thank you. So Ben, wajua, I have not compared that one was a deputy president then in 2007 na one is a deputy president now. Raila was frustrated. Mtu akiwa frustrated ndiye ana resign. Time yake alikuwa frustrated, haku resign. Saizi William is frustrated. Raila joins in singing eti he should resign. That's where I differ with him. You understand? That's where I don't completely agree with Baba.
Jacoredo, just listen to what Bennett has told you. In the
They have
coalition,
said that Kalonzo was reduced. He wanted to be vice president, but when the grand coalition, he had to play the third fiddle, and he endured to the last minute. Best example is Kalonzo and Kibaki, Uhuru and Ruto. Those can compare. Now, the reason why Ruto doesn't want to be with Uhuru is because Raila is around, and when Raila is around, it has to reduce him to the third person. He doesn't want to be the third person. That is his major problem.
Okay. And again, nikimalizia, you see, unanikatiza sana. So finally, Ben, my submission on Baba Speaks. Baba aliongea na Wakikuyu. Deep from inside his heart. Akawaambia venye sijui alisema Kibaki tosha, yani anawapenda. Na Wakikuyu kwa sababu wako wengi, wanafaa kupata mtu ambaye ni rafiki wao, atakaye walinda, atakaye watendea mema kuanzia mwaka ujao.
point of order, Jacoredo. Hakuongea na Wakikuyu. He was answering a question concerning Central Kenya, which came also from a Kikuyu journalist. So he was not out of that here naongea na Kikuyu from his own mind. He was answering a particular question. Thank you.
So nimesema alikuwa anaongelesha Wakikuyu na hiyo kitu umesema bado umetaja tu wale Wakikuyu, ama kuna tofauti gani?
What I'm saying is
he was asked a question by a Kikuyu journalist.
Yes,
the audience was Kikuyu nation. So unajaribu kusema nini ambacho sijasema?
What I'm saying is you're saying Baba was there to address only the Kikuyu nation. But I think if you saw that interview, he talked a wide array of things that I think he can implement or things that are going wrong. So when he was asked a question on that particular place, he had to respond.
Yes, so hiyo particular place ndio namaanisha sasa. Hiyo place aliongelea mambo na Central Kenya. So Bwana Wekesa, this is a guy that one time
You're saying aliongelesha nao kwa vile anawapenda. It's just like out of his own will. That is not correct.
nani George,
Jack.
let me finish,
Jack.
then you will have
No,
to.
I don't want you to finish. I wanted Jack. I wanted you to comment on this also.
No, I want to finish. Okay, what do you want me to comment on?
You are mute, Wekesa.
Usinilete kitu ingine hapa niseme kesho nibebwe na GSU. GSU mmeshachukua APs.
Fanya kazi tena na naibu wa rais William Ruto. Tukikumbuka kwamba mlikuwa na yeye katika chama cha ODM wakati wa serikali ya nusu mkate. Inaweza fika wakati mkafanya kazi na yeye tena.
Unajua tumefanya kazi na Ruto kwa katika wakati ile nyingine walikuja wakati tulikuwa ilikuwa wakati wa katiba. Uhuru akiwa ni kiongozi wa KANU na Ruto akiwa ni mmoja yao. Na mimi niliwashauri wakubali tuende tupinge. Tukakubali na tukaungana pamoja na tukapinga. Alafu sasa tukaangusha hiyo katiba ya Kilifi. Sasa baadaye tukakuja kwa serikali na mimi nikaweka hiyo waziri wa kilimo. Na kulikuwa na changamoto pale mingi sana. Na mimi nikamtoa nikapeleka kwa higher education. Najua lakini sitaki kuingia kwa ndani mambo yale ambayo yalifanyika. Kila mtu anajua. Sasa tukaenda huko na tukapeleka wao Naivasha kuangalia katiba ile. Na kule Naivasha wakatoka na pendekezo na katiba mpya. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa pale Naivasha na wakapitisha bila pingamizi. Lakini sasa hiyo katiba ilipoenda kwa referendum alijitokeza akapinga. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anaongoza the no team. Hii katiba hii ambayo sasa yeye anasema ni mzuri, haitakikani kubadilishwa. Sasa swali utajiuliza, kama ilikuwa ni mzuri alikuwa anapinga kwa nini? Kwa nini alipinga hii katiba? Kama ni mzuri vile anavyosema. Manake tunasema hii katiba ilikuwa ni kama mzima moto. Kuzima moto, manake wakati ile nchi ilikuwa imeungua. Ndio sababu walipoenda kule Naivasha wakaleta pendekezo ambayo ilikuwa haiko kupitishwa kule kwa Bomas. Kule Bomas walipitisha katiba ambayo sasa ilikuwa ile pendekezo kwa BBI. Ukiangalia Bomas draft itakuwa kama kulikuwa na rais, naibu wake, kulikuwa na waziri mkuu na manaibu wawili. Vile ilikuwa katika Bomas draft ndio tumebeba na tukaweka hapa. Hiyo ilibadilishwa kule Naivasha, pale ambayo kulikuwa hakuna public participation. Pale ambayo kulikuwa na public participation ilikuwa ya Bomas. Okay? Kwa hivyo alipinga kabisa. Kwa hivyo naweza kufanya kazi na mtu ambaye tunaelewana kisiasa. Kwa mambo ya kisiasa. Sangine
Jeff, kwa kifupi sana.
Jack Odero, proceed. Ukizingatia pia maoni yale.
Bwana, siitwi Jack, naitwa Jack Oredo. That's a Padhola name. Sisi hata mkichoma Kenya, sisi tuko Uganda. So Wekesa, kitu nilikuwa nataka niseme nikimalizia kabla ya video yako ni kwamba baba akizungumza positively about Mount Kenya, I feel there is a hypocrisy somewhere, you know. This is a guy who at one point in time mobilized 47 against one. Ama Kenya iko na tribes ngapi? 40 something against one. And this one was the Mount Kenya. Saizi unajifanya unawapenda and you really want them to vote for you. Now this William Ruto that said
Stop
no, now
incitement.
that they have mobilized
41 against 1 to win presidency, to go and exterminate the one people make them to be. It was a matter of one community, one certain way. The rest of Kenya
bana,
is
kuna mics ziko on sikupati Ben. Okay, I forgot the number of tribes that we have, but it was 40 something against one. And this one, we decided to leave Mount Kenya alone simply because we wanted to make Baba the president. And one, William Ruto, decided that no, let us not leave our friends alone. I will go and support them. Sasa huyu William Ruto mwenye aliwasaidia against 41 against 1, ndio sasa amekuwa mtu mbaya kabisa. Na yule organizer mkuu wa 41 against 1.
Wacha uongo. Jacoredo wacha kutudanganya hapa bwana.
I think Jacoredo is misleading us in all aspects.
Actually, he's inciting people.
I think you should respect me. To mislead you is when you come out of the way that I misled you after I've finished misleading you. Because it is my time to either take you to the right direction or mislead you. Ama ni aje dynasty Wekesa?
We can't allow that. No, we can't.
Then I'm finishing.
Go and sleep.
Comment on the video and then you finish.
Okay. Before I comment on your video, let me say this. Mount Kenya people are going to vote. And according to me, the person that deserves their vote the most ni huyu Baba Nick, huyu jamaa saizi wanataka kumruka. Huyo Baba Nick deserves those votes 100%. Hao wengine unawaona wakimezea Mount Kenya votes mate ni watu tu wanajifanya.
Because he did what? Why does he deserve the votes?
Ben, I know you are wale watu mlipiga Magerel Langat.
You have exemplary performed and you need to be rewarded. That is so what makes Ruto deserve the Kenya vote?
So everybody is entitled to his opinion, Ben. Hii nimesema yangu. Wewe pia utasema tu why Baba deserves Mount Kenya votes.
Deserve means they should be reserved for because he is exemplary. What makes him stand out to deserve those votes?
But I've just said that he decided to support them when others mobilized for one against one. That is my reasoning. So you have to
Jacoredo.
Man, I'm finishing.
Wewe achana na mambo ya Mount Kenya. Ambia serikali ikupee kazi, wachana na mambo ya Mount Kenya bwana. Utawezana. Ambia serikali ikupee kazi.
Sawa Dynasty Mugambi John. Wajua umenipotelea kwanza.
Ufai kuongea story ya Mount Kenya wewe.
Serikali ikupe kazi, usipinge Ruto sana.
Maisha mbaya.
Wekesa, allow me now to go to your video.
Yes, kindly.
Baba ameulizwa swali rahisi. You are with William ODM. Is there any chance that you can work together again? Badala ya kujibu swali yes we can or yes we cannot, story mingi. Nani alimuuliza hiyo story yote? So I think
like shortcuts, eh? So you want
I think
Wekesa, your questions in a certain way favors this propaganda.
Ben, allow me to finish. You did not eat for me.
Historia ya mtu inafaa ibebwe na mtu mwenyewe kabisa, ndio tumwelewe ni mtu gani tunadili na yeye. kama mtu wa kuruka wakati mambo yamepitishwa ijulikane.
Mpatie Jack 1 minute amalize, alafu niwapatie mrespond. Patia Jack 1 minute amalize, niwapatie mrespond.
Wacha tu nimuulize hii swali moja tu. Jacoret, nafikiri wewe umesoma from labda nursery, primary, secondary, college or university. At certain levels, your primary, you're given a question ya kuanza yes or no. The same question you can be given in secondary, you'll have to give some explanations before you answer it. Maybe in college, you have to go deeper and bring up your answer. So you want Raila to answer like a primary school child? No.
So kwa hiyo swali Raila aliulizwa, mimi kulingana na mimi ilikuwa inahitaji yes or no answer. Sasa according to you ilikuwa tertiary ama primary question? But that even question, yes or no was an answer to that question. Are you in a position to work with William anytime? No. Yes, ama yes. I can because of this. You,
kama uko primary utasema yes or no. If you're in secondary, you'll give a background. If you're in college, you'll be given a wider background. So don't expect the leader to say yes or no. No, it cannot happen.
But you can say yes or no and support your yes or no.
Yes, yes. So who is that reasoning like me na kukuagiza?
Now, what's the difference? I say yes, alafu afafanue ama afafanue na aseme this is it.
Mbona afafanue na hajasema yes or no? Mbona
afafanue na hajasema yes? Before you explain, you have to lay out your explanation. You have to give us that light before you explain. Tell us you're explaining this. You're based on this. But if you start explaining on an open wide area, you're trying to play up with our minds. We expect an answer. So we want you so that before we ask you a question, we say ulisema yes. Then you're trying to explain this.
No,
is this related to the yes or no?
Communication. Since you are looking for yes and no, and I want you to hear what I want to say, I will tell you what I want to say first, then I'll give you what you want to hear. It's a mode of communication. It's not a matter of failing to answer a question or being repeated to answer a question.
What was people who cannot even answer questions on the right way wants to lead the nation. We can't accept.
That's just to bombard our brains.
What if you go to China, you are asked, do you want a loan? Then you start explaining things that doesn't exist.
Jack,
what was his conclusion remarks?
I want to finish, but you've let your men to attack me seriously, like the way they attacked Magerer Langat to leave ODM.
Hata China loan huwezi pewa na simu, utajaza mafomu.
Sasa ndio najaribu kusema hivi George.
Well, Men in Black, can you wait for Jack to finish?
Men in Black should respect me. I'm not Magerer Langat that they chased from their party. I am here to stay, man.
Relax, Jackaredo. Stop that one. Conclude your subject quickly.
We saw you the way you cut Isaac Mwaura's ear and he was just vying for a very useless position. That party we know.
Okay, Jack finished. The next person will be Mohammed and then Sam.
Yeah, huyo Sam nimesikia argument yake ni beshte sana. Sasa silali na mngojea. So nikimalizia, I think Baba could have been honest venye ameulizwa swali, are you in a position to work with William? Yes, I can. Or no, I cannot because of this and this. Yes, I can because of this and this. Ama yes, tunaweza fanya kazi, lakini kwa bahati mbaya, we are interested in the same thing. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi tukafanya pamoja, kila mtu atatafuta mbinu za ku-address interests zake. A very simple question. Lakini, are you in a position to work with William next year? Sijui nilimweka agriculture, nikamtoa
That's
nikamweka high
you. That's you,
equation,
Jacoredo.
nikamfukuza
That's your
kabisa.
answer, not his answer.
I understand you. Unajua
presidency.
wewe ni mtu ya bottom
Chair,
up.
chair, you've let them again
Hey,
on, chair. Can you protect me? I finish.
Wekesa, can you protect Jack?
No, Jacoredo ni
I
mtu
just
ya
want to
bottom
finish.
up. Anataka yes, alafu ndio upande juu.
Men in black have come to this platform with a notion that you can't mention their party leader. Eh?
Yes.
And their party leader is the topic today. When we always have William Ruto's topic.
Now I have
let him
decided
speak.
to protect you. I've decided to protect you. I'm removing all of them. You finish.
There's no problem. We are ready to go.
No, you see the chairman of the Men in Black is this George. Eh? Just hold him. Eh? So, Bwana Chair, I think mimi sijafurahia hiyo address sana sana, hiyo part ya kuambia Wakikuyu kwamba he's the best. Hapo amesema uongo kabisa. Alafu pia hii kitu mnatuambia eti baba fought for democracy. Ama mnaita second liberation. Nilisikia party leader wangu alisema liberation kabla ya hiyo second, yeye pia alipigania. Though amtaki kuandika kwa history books, but William told us that he fought
The
for
people who use
democracy.
history to lie, history will always catch them. Where was William Ruto? Let's go to the National Archives tomorrow morning and check the newspapers of that entire season. Show me where William Ruto was.
But handshake, guys, we know you. Maybe you removed the pages.
Which pages? The National Archives has all the newspapers of all that time. We are not asking for history book. Tukutane tu mbele ya National Archives kesho asubuhi, tuingie ndani tuulize magazeti ya 1990, 1992 all the way to current status. Show me
Okay. In 30 seconds, Wekesa, let me now say my point when I'm serious. As far as I am concerned now, na venye mheshimiwa party leader wangu amekaliwa, na venye baba ameachiliwa, anafanya kila kitu venye anataka na magari za GK, mimi ni nani nikose kukubali kwamba huyo Mandela wenyu ndio hiyo Mandela moment yake imefika? Na hata kama moment imefika, si itaisha tu miaka 4 ama 5, si atakuwa anaenda nyumbani hata na yeye. In fact, after 4 years kama sasa hivi tutakuwa tunamwambia amalize aende venye tunasema sasa hii. So mnafurahia na itakuja na ishe. Hakuna kitu haishi dunia hii. Apate
Jack, read the comment and you wonder.
That is not the issue. Ati ataenda. Even wewe sahi unaweza teuliwa wewe kwa commission ya 1 month na unaenda. But you have
Sam,
done what you want to do.
Mohammed is not there. Sam, can you start? Jack hawezi maliza.
Seti Jack hawezi maliza. Kuna kitu nataka kusema about just in 30 seconds. Unaona natakiwa in 5 minutes, unanipea 1 minute. Hao watu wa comments wengine wananichukia tu juu niko UDA. Usifikirie eti wananichukia juu umenipea time mob. Ni chama changu hawapendi. So Bwana Wekesa, I always like telling you people the truth here. We're gonna have 2 presidential candidates, and na msichana mrembo ambaye anakatiwa na kila mtu sasa hivi ni msichana Mkikuyu. These people will have to decide who becomes the next president, unless they decide to have a candidate. That's when we will gang up against them and tell them, kwani hamtosheki? But kama watatulia venye wametulia sasa hivi, then they will have a very big say on who becomes the next head of state. And from the 2 front runners that we have, I used to love my party leader. But from Aidin mpaka leo, ilikuwa jana, alituruka eti yeye hata si party leader wa UDA. Akasema sijui hata ajui UDA ni ndio gani. That's when I knew jamaa anaweza niruka hata kwa debe ya upresident, aseme hiyo picha si yake na nimempea kura. So I also agree with you people that Mandela moment imefika. Na hata kama imefika bana, mimi naye si feel poa nayo, but itabidi tu ni join juu. If you can't beat them, you join them. Because nimemaliza. So you see, in 2022, Kenya will be led by a president, but I won't be happy.
Some pick from there and see I've put a Moses Kuria comment because this Jack Odero is misleading you. He pretends to be on your side, but so you see how he's concluding his remarks. He's like Moses Kuria. He talked about Mwarubaine. Sam, can you defend your people? Jack Odero is a watermelon.
All right, thank you very much, Fakesa. Yeah, just to start with the topic of today, though I just got it on the way. Yeah, I would say basically everything that is happening at the moment is just all in the terms of politics here and there. People are trying to place their cards, try to weigh the depth of the water, try to measure the terrain. So, in terms of political stance in Kenya. But one thing that I would say is at the moment, like, okay, basing on what the topic of today is about, how Raila spoke, I was on and off watching the clip when he was talking, and I would say he actually brought some very important points that I want to say. I would say he spoke very well because if someone doesn't know about the history of Kenya and how Kenya has come from, and you try to get some words from how he was trying to articulate, it will show you where he's coming from. I would say to that point, he spoke very well. The only thing that I would say that should change him, or something that actually did not bring up good thing with him, is basically at the moment, to be good or in politics, especially at this moment, is you don't like the way he started from attacking William Samoei Ruto. And that has been a problem even in this forum, let me tell you. And that thing, it is me as a person, I would say it's more Ruto gaining, because everywhere is being made famous because everyone is speaking of him. And to take you back, remember the time when Raila was very famous, when he used to pull the crowd and everything? It was because the government at that time used to fight Raila a lot. Hizo tear gas, manini, and then everybody was Raila. So it's the same people, the same people in Kenya. So I would say what they used to do to Raila actually worked for him, and he pulled all the crowds. He was a man to be watched. Angesema tu anaenda kwa redio aongee, hata unaangalia followers, listeners walikuwa wameflood, because at that time people will come at your head wakiona unafinyiliwa, and that has been the mentality of our people. We cannot run away from it. So one thing that I would have expected Raila to say is just to go and articulate his points very well and say what he wants, and in a principled way. Hata kama mtu like we are trying to improve, come from those dark days, come to the light and do the right things for our people. Hata kama ulifinyiliwa huko nyuma na serikali, ama hata unafanya, kuna ile msemo unasema ombea adui yako aishi miaka mingi. Hata kama kuna kitu mtu alifanya, for example, because you are talking to people who are even at some point they might be supporting that person unamwongelea, but mahali aliharibia is when he started hitting on Ruto, and even not even, like if you differ with someone and if you feel like there is something which has been done to that person, if I was expecting, that's my point, I'm not saying that anybody should say that, I was expecting him to come out and say, anyway, what the government is really doing is not something good, because it was done to me before. It doesn't bite you even just to say the truth. See, because above the government now is on your side, now you become blind, you cannot see anything that the government is doing. That's that's the point that you should have said. Because anytime he attacks Ruto, he's putting Ruto on a mileage. This is a country where we were, and he was amekuwa akiwa attack tuko nyuma kitambo sana, and that one worked for him, and it is the same people. So I would say anytime he goes and attack Ruto, especially in a place where he really wants to get that majority, it scares some other people, because let me tell you, especially comparing that Mount Kenya is we can say is an orphan of a marriage between Ruto and Raila and Uhuru. And now because these people are fighting, and now because they are fighting, for example,
Okay,
let's
sir,
say
this guy is lying.
Sam,
yes,
are you in support of William Ruto's presidency?
was that?
Are you in support of
So
William Ruto?
you want me to say whom I'm supporting, or you want to hear my submission?
I want to know where you stand so that I can ask you a question from what you have
No,
said.
just ask me a question. I'm a Kenyan. I'm a Kenyan. All these people are Kenyan. Our vote in Kenya. I will give the person I'm supporting as the last. So allow me to articulate the only person. Listen, Bernard. Listen, Bernard.
I'm not
It's my
interrupting you.
time.
I'm just asking you a question. Okay. If you are in support of William Ruto, and William Ruto gains from Raila's mistake, you should be celebrating. Okay?
Nah.
The claim that that Raila was made by being opposed by government.
Bernard, one thing that I would want to bring to your attention is this one here. We are trying to analyze the politics. You know, we are trying to analyze. We are trying to see the coin from every side. You know, the problem with you guys, you only see a coin from one side. You know, and that's why we are getting some things wrong. We have to chimbue to angalia all sides. We are analyzing politics, man.
Analyzing politics from both sides requires that you what? You say that this one is gaining, this one is losing because he spoke against the other. How is that?
I said that's my opinion. You, Wekesa, when you had your time, you expressed your opinion. I never interjected. Same as Chakoredo and other persons.
Chukua hii swali. Umesema anytime Raila attacks William gains. Sasa yes. Baba akisema kwamba pesa imepotea Kimwarer bilioni 27 na mwenye amemenshoniwa kuja aseme si bilioni 27 ni 7 tu imepotea. Hapo baba amemwataa kama baba amesema kitu ukweli, lakini figures tu ndio amekosea.
Hapo, as much as I'm analyzing politics, I would say this guy also ni mtu amefanya is 100% good. I'll give credit where it belongs. Kweli hapo, I would say Ruto alicheza mbaya, you know. To be honest, I'm not Mrs. Psycho fan kusema I just want to support now because I support this one. I would say no, just nail where it's supposed to be nailed. You know, the problem is that we just focus on our people and we even forget what they do wrong.
So unaona hivyo venye umekubali kumcriticize, ndipo hata mimi nilikuanga na muamini mpaka alikuja kuturuka jana eti hata chama cha UDA ajui.
Those are political statements.
Okay, I beg to sleep.
So, you know, let me tell you, Bernard, where we get things wrong is when we analyze politics. Ukisema mimi ni mtu wa Raila, hata kama kuna kitu mzuri Ruto amefanya, hata kama Ruto analia mahali. You know, when we want to build a good one Kenya, a Kenya that belongs to all of us, we have to analyze all sides. Look, I saw the other day Atwoli coming out saying, yes, if it's in terms of security, it's not supposed to be that way. I might not buy the idea of what the person is doing, but I will not champion for what they are doing to him, you know, as a person. And that means that we all belong together, even if politics there, but there's no common enemy in politics. Tomorrow, but when we stretch our muscles, it doesn't bring a good healthy conversation, especially when you're talking in terms of politics. We like the way Mugambi was it Mugambi or someone was saying, oh, wachana na Mount Kenya. My friend, It's Kenya. Sasa mbona tuseme wachana na Mount Kenya? So is there a no-go zone anywhere? That's the whole Kenya for us. We have to discuss it. He doesn't own Mount Kenya. Neither do I own where I come from. So it's just like that. If I want to talk about Western, because Bernard, you can never stop me. I will talk. I will criticize. Nasema hapa ni mbaya iko hivi, and that's the politics we need to talk. But you guys here in this forum, mkisema tu mtu amke tu aseme Ruto. In fact, I would say hata kama si support Ruto, the way you guys are pushing me to say whom I'm supporting, but from the way you guys articulate things in this show, kuna mwenye anasikia tu itampatia tu mileage tu atena. It's our Kenya, and that's how people do. Even if we would say today ati hakuna mambo ya sympathy force, hakuna nini, hizo ni midomo yetu tunasema, but what's happening, it happened, it has ever. So history inajirudia tu yenyewe.
No, we have not to do that. We've been on this it looks like
Bernard, take on your microphone. Your mic don't have a problem.
Your microphone is having a problem, Bernard. I can't hear you well. And Bernard, before you continue, just allow me to finish, because I just wanna finish, and then I'll start listening. So to me, I would say, I was just requesting you guys. I know we might be having these things, but to bring up an healthy discussion is whereby Bernard, hata naona wewe naye unasema kweli what my party leader has done here amefanya, but you guys munafunika tu, hata mtu aseme hivi, we will never have a good conversation. We will not find that the one that we are looking for. We are trying to make better good of this, because these people wote ni wakora, as we said from the beginning. Na wakiwa wakora, and then we protect them, or we don't see everything they do, tutakuwa tunachezewa circles and circles here and there. We have to
usiite Mandela mkora. Heshimu baba.
Jakaredo. Anyway, all right, you guys can continue.
Neno mkora umejumuisha wanasiasa wote akiwemo baba. Show respect and love to baba.
Sam, in fact, the person whom corrects you anakupenda. Correction comes from love. Anybody mwenye anakupenda must correct you. So if I'm correcting baba, inamaanisha nampenda.
Sam, but baba unaweza mcorrect privately, si kwa social media penye una correct.
Next is Mulumba.
Now hold on, Wekesa.
Mulumba or Sisa?
My mic now working.
Sisa sijui kama alilala.
Niko hapa tu. Unajua nimestakangi kukatishia watu.
Sisa anasema mimi ndio namtoa kwa show. Sisa bana, mimi si hata moderator. Na unanionea hapo nyuma ya tent.
Unajua ni ile unajua si kwa ubaya, ni kwa nini najaribu kuchokosa hivyo?
Leta sura.
Ni kwa sababu for the last 3 months umekuwa tu huko kama nini, pressure imepanda, lakini naona sasa hivi unarudi tu kwa papa. That's why najaribu tu nikutongose mpaka urudi kwa papa.
Mkisi ni mkisi tu. Anyway, nimetongozeka nikarudi nyumbani.
Karibu sana.
Okay, so Caesar.
Wekesa, while you are away, Sam wa Tangatanga amekaziwa maisha.
Caesar, which side are you? Ndio ni balance hii discussion.
Mimi uliza nani atakwambia. Bernard atakwambia.
Okay, proceed na ndio Mulumba akuje. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Okay, kwanza wacha nishukuru kwa nafasi yenye imenipatia. Mi huwa sipendi mtu akiongea huwa namkatishia kwa katikati. So kitu cha kwanza naona at least for the last 3 months tukianza hii maneno, watu watangatanga walikuanga wengi sana, but with time naona wanaendelea tu kupotea, mmoja wanaendelea kupotea, and we even told them before. So na tunawaambia karibu sana, na wenye hawataki kutoka huko, ile advice naweza wapatia ni wacha wauze agenda yao. Kitu ya pili, hiyo UDA na baba wacha walete zile vitu ziko practical. Nimeona hapa Clinton before akisema eti baba hakupigania, eti hakuna kitu alipigania, ni watu wote walipigania. Okay, ni sawa vile wewe unaweza chukulia from your side, but if you compare these two people, huyo Ruto unatuambia na Raila, at least kuna mmoja unaweza leta kitu moja amefanya uweke kwa meza na uelezee. But for Ruto, mimi tangu nisaliwe ni kusikia tu akisema tutafanya. Hata juzi niliona akisema UDA sijui baada hawajachaguliwa, lakini niliona sijui akisema wamefanya nini na nini. Sijui ni mimi masikio yangu sikusikia vizuri. So watu wa UDA waleta agenda yao, waachane na Raila. Sababu Raila ni mtu akisimama kwa watu anaweza sema zile vitu zenye amefanya, and we are ready to support him. Alafu mambo na scandals, huyu Ruto na Raila, hata ukiuliza mtoto amezaliwa saa hii, uulize fulani na fulani ni nani ako na scandals mingi. Ile scandal Raila ako nayo ni yenye wanamuita muganga, and we are very happy. So kama mnasema Uhuru ni mlevi na Ruto ni mwizi, that means these two wanahitaji wapate muganga ni awatibu, and Raila is the best for that one.
Hey, bana wewe ni supporter wa ODM lakini anyway.
Moja tu alafu kitu ingine unajua hii UDA imekuwa tu ikiwika Mount Kenya. UDA kama sasa hii naona tu bado watu wanasema wako kwa ground ndio Ruto ndio ako juu. Unajua but nimeona nimeona hata Moses kule leo amesema Ruto si mwarubaini anaweza tibu kila ugonjwa. That means kimeanza kunuka, and with the time kila mtu utaona tu akitoa mmoja. Alafu kitu ingine, unajua DB yeye amekuwa akiataki president, na president ajai muataki, ni ile tu anamwambia wewe kama unaona hii maneno si mzuri achana na hii serikali. So my question is, ile siku president atatoka naye aseme huyu mundu ile kitu likosania ni hii na hii, sijui hawa tangatanga watakimbilia wapi, cause sasa tunasikiza pande moja ya Ruto, lakini pande ya president bado hatujasikiza, tujue what happened between these two people, cause hii ilikuwa ni ndoa yao, sisi hatujui, and we are waiting for that. Alafu nikimalizia, unajua Kenya tunakuanga tu hatunanga ukabila, but ikifika time ya election ndio ukabila inakujanga. Unaona Muluya anajipanga kivyake, Mukisi kivyake, Mukikuyu kivyake. Because I remember like last election ilikuanga ni ile nini ilikuwa inafanywa, ilikuwa ni around 42 tribes against 2, Mukikuyu na Mkalenjin. Hiyo ndio siasa ilikuwa. Na saa hii kuna ule mtu kama mimi ukiniuliza, and I'm very sorry to say like that, cause hata ingekuwa Raila asimami ama mtu mwingine, mimi siwezi kuwa kura yangu inaenda tu kwa Kikuyu Mkalenjin. Wakikuyu, Mkalenjin. So it's not good also for us. Kuna watu wengine pia tunahitaji hiyo uongozi hata kama ni 2 days. Unaona?
Kitu hauja tuambia hiyo 42 against 2 ilikuwa inaongozwa na nani?
Ilikuwa na okay, nikisema 42 against 2 si unajua wenye namaanisha. So that means ilikuwa ni Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto na wengine walikuwa against.
Against walikuwa kina Raila, si ndio?
Ndio huyo sasa Raila,
so
Mudavadi au
kulingana na wewe baba ni mkabila, si ni ukweli?
Si mkabila, ni ile alikuwa anajaribu kumaliza hiyo ukabila. Unaona sasa kama saa hii ukisema uongozi rudi Rift Valley, si 30 minutes inakuwa inatoka kwa Mkikuyu inarudi kwa Mkalenjin. Sasa Raila akisema isifanyike hivyo iende kwa Mkamba, ni nani anamaliza ukabila? Ni Raila na anamaliza ama yeye ndiye anaongeza? Nimekuuliza.
Hapana, mimi kulingana na mimi hiyo sina jibu kwa swali umeniuliza, lakini kama wewe umeorganize 44 people to fight against 42 wapigane na watu wawili, wewe ndio ring leader wa makabila. So sijataja mtu, but I believe from your statement
if you can mobilize 42 and then the other ones refuse to be 2 only, between these 2 people, who is tribal? The one who is supported
the
by
one
42,
inciting 44
or the
against
one
2
supported by 2? Yes,
the one mobilizing 42 against 2 is the ring leader of that bad act. Alafu yule mmoja mwenye alienda kusupport yule mwingine mmoja mwenye alikuwa anaachwa.
If somebody can be supported by 42 and the other 2 refuse to support that person, these 2 are the ones being incriminated for being tribal.
Yes, I agree, but unaona hapo kwa wawili kuna mwenye alikuwa ameinsist lazima akue na alikuwa anataka support. Sasa yule mwenye alienda kusupport yule mmoja ndio alikuwa mwokozi. Na so, mimi nawaomba yule mmoja mwenye alienda kusupport yule mmoja,
mtu anaenda kusupport mmoja ili wasimame kinyume ya 42. Where is that now?
Alienda eti asiliwe huyo mmoja asiliwe na fisi. Alimwendea eti jamaa, hata kama umeachwa peke yako in the desert, usiliwe na fisi, kuja panda gari yangu twende. Sasa huyo mwenye aliendea yule mmoja aliachwa, he deserves to be the president.
By the way,
nyumbani pamoja bila walisaidiwa wasiliwe na fisi waendelee huko basi.
Jacoredo, you've got it all wrong. Kama nyama iko na ile fisi unasema, nyama iko na mtu mmoja, alafu mmoja anaenda anatoka kwa watu wengine hapa, anaenda kukula ile nyama, anawacha wengine njaa. So nani ni mbaya hapa?
Sasa si kila mtu ako na tumbo yake, ukisikia njaa unaendea nyama, ushajua nyama iko wapi.
I have a quick question. Unaona hii story ya 42 against 2. So mko kuongea jua the kabila so there are 44 tribes. So mnasema 42 waliside na opposition 2017. Is that
what 2017 ilikuwa 21?
Okay, so in that case, acha tuangalie in terms of counties. So there are 47 counties. Out of opposition, the current administration, kati ya hao na opposition, who had more representation out of the 47 counties? Kwa sababu huko kusema opposition ndo walikuwa wanashikanisha kila mtu. So out of opposition na serikali, nani wako na more representation across the 47 counties?
Serikali ndio tuko wengi.
Ni serikali ndio iko nayo, okay. So wao ukisema opposition ndio wanashikanisha kila mtu, that's not factual. Hiyo kwanza ni uongo.
No. Unajua ngoja.
We cannot use the aspect of counties to know. No, there is a popular vote. Ngoja, there is a popular vote, and then there is counties, and some of the counties our governors were rigged out for the very purpose that you are pushing, so that they see
na kulialia mambo na rigging hata hii 2022.
Bernard. In fact, we are not even talking about the governor.
It's a fact. Their MPs, even from Western, where I come from, we were shocked to hear that they won election because nobody in the village voted for them.
And
nobody
they are seriously
voted for them,
working.
but they won elections.
Ben, you see, the problem with the 2017 election, Mungu alitubariki sisi watu wa serikali, tulipita hiyo 54. Bwana Mungu akiamua kukubariki, anakubariki hata maadui wafanye nini.
Huyu Mungu mwizi hatumtaki kabisa. Mungu mwizi,
huyu Mungu ni Mungu wa maajabu.
Nje ya Kenya.
Okay, Bernard, wacha nimalize. Unajua nikisema 42 si kuwa namaanisha mambo na counties. Mimi nilikuwa naongea mambo ya presidency. Ndio nilikuwa nasema ilikuwa ni 42 out of 2. Cause mkianza kusema mlichukua majority, hiyo tumekuja kwa hizi viti zingine. Na kama hii kukua hivyo vile mnamaanisha, mungekuwa mumeweka basi mkamba huku juu kwa presidency, ndio tujue si hivyo vile mimi namaanisha. I think mumepata point yangu. So
sasa mkamba atakuwaje huko juu na mwenye alifaa kuachia Wakamba ndiye hataki kutoka.
Wait, tulia. Unajua Clinton, sometimes let us try to be neutral.
Nani alikuwa achie nani?
Si Kalonzo aliahidiwa eti naenda tu mara moja alafu na kuachia. Aliachiwa.
Clinton, sikiliza. Mimi nataka kuuliza hii presidential ticket ya UDA. Is it subject to nomination? Who nominated the UDA presidential candidate? Washaenda Kasarani.
Sasa si hakuna mwenye anataka kuvai na yeye. Tunamunga mkono venye yako. Lakini ujiji umechukua Kalonzo eti naenda tu mara moja.
Anataka ma MP waende nomination, magavana waende nomination, senator waende nomination, lakini presidential akuwe peke yake. How is that?
Nyinyi si tuliwajaribu na nomination mkararulia Magerel manguo. Mnadhani tumesahau?
Nomination. We have always nominated our presidential candidate to the MCS. They are all nominated. We are the only party that has structures to the end of the village.
So concentrate on your party, Ben.
Nairobi, Mugo Karen. Kama sio Karen, in Nakuru.
By the way, mwambie ODM is a national party na iko na consistency. Hizi zingine zinakuja zikikufa na siku mbili, na lazima heshimu hiyo chama. Mumetuambia hapa mlikuwa mnatengeneza national party na imeenda
let there be order now. Let there be order. Thank you for that.
Wekesa kabla ya hiyo order, we kama moderator tuweke sawa mwenye ana mobilize 42 kumeza wawili, we jamani mkabila ama ni mwokozi wa taifa?
I know you are a learned person. Watakwambia hivi wakati uko shule na unafanya, if you can't copy somebody's work they call it plagiarism, but if you copy more than 100 people, that is research. So the more you bring on your side, the more neutral you are and you are untribal. But the less you capitalize on that, the more tribal you are. Okay.
I regret asking that question.
Okay, I think
Mohammed
hasn't made his submission.
No, I have not. Wekesa, by the way, how are you all at Jonana Skumingi?
We are good. Kindly make your submission. Today, Baba spoke. He spoke on different issues. I hope you watched a part of his clips.
I did watch his clip.
Yeah, give us your perspective on the same.
Okay, well, I saw what the former Prime Minister was speaking about today, and I think what he's trying to do is to sell himself now, because obviously we know he's going to stand next year. Okay, anybody who will try and tell you otherwise is not being very honest with you, right? So he will stand, obviously, as long as God gives him health to see August of next year. So what he was trying to do was to sell himself, and I think now you can see how much time Baba has been spending recently in Mount Kenya. Okay, in recent times, in the last maybe couple of months, he's been there more than he's been anywhere else. Now, prior to Baba going to that region, everybody was blaming the deputy president, saying, you know, he's campaigning too early. He's anatangatanga, you know, with the name coming into play for the first time. And all of a sudden now Baba is in the same area that the deputy president was being told anatangatanga kila mahali, and most of the time the deputy president would be in the Mount Kenya region. Now what this is doing is Baba is actually copying the deputy president, right? Because for a long time the deputy president was telling them, look, these guys every time they speak about me. Hakuna mmoja wao ule ashaongea akasema hata kama anasimama. So that's why, you know, you can see some leaders are getting uncomfortable, the likes of Waiguru and so on and so forth, after the BBI iliangushwa wakisema sasa lazima tuanze kuongea about serious things about next year because tuko kuachwa nyuma. And all of a sudden Baba amepatiwa kiti ya red. I don't know ni meeting gani alikuwa, kiti ya red alafu kuna gold on the side. Mliona hiyo kiti alikuwa amepewa akikalia, was it like a week or two ago? Alipewa hiyo kiti. So I don't know what that means. Hiyo alipatiwa kiti ya gold. Maybe hiyo inamaanisha hiyo ndo kiti, lakini you know the actual chair he wants to sit on is in State House. It's not the one with the gold outside, you know, in somewhere in central Kenya. So what I believe is Baba is now trying to set his agenda, and he has a right to do that. But I think it's a little too late because the BBI was their main priority. The BBI was what they were selling. The BBI was what they were hoping will push them into power. That has failed. So now, people have to actually start focusing on 2022. I'm not sure kama wataapili maneno because nasikia Juneta kusema kitu moja, nikisikiza Baba anasema, you know, to me it's as if anasema tumetosheka, you know, we need to now focus on other things. So to me now the penny is finally landed for him, and he's now trying to focus on the things he should have focused on, because let's be honest, this BBI was never going to help anyone apart from, you know, individuals who are not the 45 odd million Kenyans. It was only going to help a handful of people. But now Baba has come back to actually campaigning, you know, which is what he should have started doing a little bit earlier. And, you know, instead of fighting the deputy president. But, you know, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. Any question on that, or we proceed?
How has Baba been fighting the deputy president?
Bernard, I was expecting this from you.
Hold on. And the campaign season is yet to come. How was Baba supposed to start campaigning earlier?
Because what is Baba's job right now? You know,
Baba is a statesman. Baba right now is working for AU. And then Baba, after the handshake, he decided to let the president do his work.
Okay.
So I don't know why you're expecting him to go for campaign early.
I am expecting him to go for campaigns because we all know Baba will stand. Bella, do you think the Honorable Raila Odinga will stand for elections next year?
Baba can be on the ballot or not. But there are more indications that he will be on the ballot. Secondly, you said that BBI's failure in court will affect Baba. I think it is a blessing in disguise. Because,
no, Bernard, I disagree.
Now, wait for me to give you my reason. It's a blessing in disguise because the people who went full blast to campaign against the BBI will be exposed, because whatever they said about the BBI was not what the BBI was presenting. Right now, we are going back to the current status quo where inequality prevails. That an MP who's having 200,000 people receive the same money equal to an MP who has 1 million people in his constituency. That is not going to go well with the people who went against the BBI, including you.
You know, the BBI, I don't know why. You know,
Bernard.
whenever you have, kuna mtu alikuwa anataka kusema kitu?
Yes, I want to ask Bernard a question. Bernard, the way you're saying like that will go against them. I also put in this way. Even them, they would say, "We told you these guys are selling us fake things." See, even it never went through the court. So it's a question of win-win. Even them, they've got a word to say. So you can never tell us. You can never
I think
just
Sam
rule
is
it
speaking
out.
when he's mute or something.
Am I mute?
No,
mimi nakusikia vizuri.
Sam wako sawa. Bernard,
Yes.
maybe where goes.
I think Bernard has had a problem with this system today. You need to upgrade the system, okay?
Ben anatuongelesha akiwa Capitol Hill. Yo.
So Wekesa, the thing I was saying, the fall of BBI, to me, it might be too early to say that it will be a mileage on this side or this side. But either way, all the sides have got this political ground. Anyone can craft anything to use it. There are opportunities. These guys, they know. They've been in politics. They know how to twist their words. You know, they know when to use their words and know not when to use their words. So I would say, even for them that are on the side of ruler, they will be saying like, "Oh, look, guys, we told you." You know, like they will be telling people, "Look, this thing was meant." You know, even the court. Most of our population in Kenya tend to follow on the hearsay. People who cannot even afford to be following things on social media, people who've not even gone to school. You know, those people at the level of the village, they will say, "Oh, so it means the court said this thing was not good." So they will tend to build their trust and build on that, and they will buy that one. And what will that be? There will be the mileage for those people who said no, and for those ones who know and exactly they've read the BBI page by page. They know what the BBI was meant to bring, and to them they will say, "Oh, this man was trying to bring something good, but because he was denied to get that thing in. Now we will fault him." So all this it's a matter of win-win.
Okay, but I wanted to ask Mohammed a question. Are you still there?
Yeah, yes, I am. Okay, sir.
Yes, Mohammed, you talked about that you needed Baba to start campaign early. I don't think they say that witchcraft is doing the same thing over and again and expecting different results. This guy has been in the game. He's not a new player. He knows, he has campaigned and he knows what it takes to campaign. But he also knows that he has even been popular, as the way you are putting it, that he has lost popularity. But all those things have never put him in the office. So he had to change strategy. He wants to try something different than what he has been doing, so that he doesn't just keep repeating what he has been doing. So I'll give him a benefit of doubt. And then the second thing is, he accepted to give Uhuru time to complete his agenda. So beginning right now for campaigning and going to Central, it's the right thing because we are now less than a year to election. That one is understandable. But beginning campaign 2017, and for him, he has been in the race, it could not make sense. What will we be campaigning for?
No,
So
what I'm saying,
he should allow new players to market themselves. So the new players, it was right for Ruto to market himself.
Wekesa, mbona huyo party leader wako pia anafikiriaga any election ikifanyika Afrika, maybe opposition leader ashinde, kuna kitu inamsukuma tu eti hata na yeye atakuja kuwa kama huyo. Advise the guy to maybe
Who said
quit politics.
that is your perception. He hasn't said that.
Wekesa.
No,
but
in
tuliona
politics,
Zimbabwe, sijui my friend got it after so many years. Hapa kwa show mnatutishia na Mandela moment. Sijui
wanasema
opposition leader wa wapi akipata rafiki
si huwa
yake.
anasema ya mwenzako ikinyolewa yako tia maji. Maybe that is the
Wekesa, what I was going to say.
Mmepotea, alafu baba ako na deni ya Ruto kisiasa. Tulimuunga mkono 207. Arudishe mkono.
Wekesa, unanisikia?
Mohamed, proceed.
Yes. So what I meant when I said Baba should have started campaigning a bit earlier. You know, when you're in the opposition, you don't need to actually literally start campaigning, as in campaign. Yani nikimaanisha, yani unatembea unasema mimi nasimama for kiti, you know, for the president's seat in this and this time and this and this date. I'm not talking about that sort of campaigning. Baba has been in opposition for numerous times now. Now, for him, what made him strong in my eyes over the years was the fact that Baba alikuwa na uwezo ya to call out any injustice that was going on in government while it was going on. That is what made me initially like Raila, because Raila, whenever, if I'm asked, what do I know Raila for? I know him as the guy who will stand and say, look, huyu ako kufanya hivi, hii pesa imepotea, hii pesa ilikuwa nataka na kwenda hapa, and that who Raila used to be. Okay? Now, since 2017 or 2018, sorry, he completely stopped doing that. Now, Baba doesn't need to come out and say he's standing for president or anything like that. Lakini yeye akikuwa na hii oversight, the same oversight he used to have over the last 20, 30 years on government, that in itself campaigns for him. So you will find a lot of people who would have actually supported Baba over the years, not because alisimama akisema mimi nasimamia urais, lakini kwa sababu he stood with what was right on numerous occasions during the previous administration's time. So what Baba has lost in my eyes is popularity, because he doesn't speak he doesn't speak anymore. Okay, Kenya hakuna opposition, right? So today it's almost as if William Ruto is the opposition, right? And he's in government. So I think all of that, surely, if you are the person who used to do this job of oversighting the government and fact-checking the government, if you stop doing that.
And my question was, how comes all that oversight and the popularity has never given him the presidency? So if it has never given him, you see, let me ask you, sometimes you have to look at things from a different angle. And in fact, in his silence, people have appreciated that his talking had value. But when he continued speaking, people could disparage him. In fact, they used to call him an economic saboteur. When he talks about corruption, nobody even believed him. They just knew he was disturbing government. But when he became quiet is when people realized that his talking, he was adding value. So sometimes, even when you have a family and like a husband and a wife are fighting, sometimes you may not see the value of your wife or your husband until he goes away, and then you realize, kumbe, this person was having value. So sometimes that abstinence is very important. And for me, I said this time round, Papa should just keep quiet so that Kenyans should know that he has been talking things that add value. So that they stop disparaging him and saying that, oh, he's just there to disturb government, or he's just there to, maybe he's just poking holes to the government. So
But it's
a different way of also communicating. Sometimes even silence communicates more than the words.
No, that's fine. I agree with that. That's fine. But always remember, that's a very big risk to take. You need risk kubwa sana, because politicians are not honest people. So always remember that they could come a day right, that all these promises he has been given will not turn out to be true. And what would he have lost then? He would have lost his credibility, and then he would have lost out on the promises that were made to him. Because so far, kila kitu ile anaambiwa, they are only promises from politicians. Na mnajua venye how noble politicians can be, or they are not noble people. One day they'll say this, tomorrow they will change. So okay, baba anaweza nyamaza sahi, lakini when the time comes, wale watu, the people who he is comfortable with, if they turn their backs on him, that's it. His name is done. You know, nobody will feel sympathy for him because it will be, he was with them all along anyway. So hata kama wamemruka ni sawa. You understand? So it's a very big risk to take.
Yeah, but look at it this way. This is the same person you guys, some guys voted him to go home. So according to them, they wanted him to retire. So why are you picking him from home to come and speak for you? Allow the people whom you wanted them to be there to speak for you. For me, I don't even see the loss he has. He has chosen to finish his political life in a statesmanship. You don't fight all the battles all the way. Sometimes you choose even to allow other people to come on the scene. If Kina William will come and be strong and strongly put the government on check, so be it. There should come other people because he cannot be the only person. There will be a time when Kenya will not have Baba. So let other people come up and be strong about the issues he advocated for.
Before I have one last question for you.
Wekesa,
yes.
Do you know that any choice is making has consequences on him?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's right. Because I would say, look, one thing that I would have urged Baba, to have actually been is just to stand with the truth, because millions of people that are following up. Because at the moment, I would say, in Kenya, there is a percentage of people who have not yet decided where to cast their vote. It's still hanging on the air because of the bombardment. Here they say some people think like, oh, maybe Ruto is good. When they hear about something about Ruto, then they stop them, But at the moment, I would say, if let's say Baba, the way he was articulating his points today, and then go to a point and say the government did wrong. It's not bad to point out a mistake, It's not good to be loyal to the government to a point whereby you be principled. Because I know him, because kitu yote ikafanyika mbaya Kenya, he has to say, and that is the mood he put us to. That is how he put us as a Kenyan. We trusted him with that. Not everybody can do that, And I will not say that he's the only person supposed to do that, no. But we are talking here in terms of how the credibility yake itaendelea kwenda mbele going forward. Because look here, to be smart enough, there are people who in that mountain they've been supporting Ruto, wamekuwa kiangalia Ruto. So yeye ndo angekuja hapa aseme the government did this wrong, this was not the right way, even if this guy tunabishana na yeye or is the competitor who is going to run for the presidency, this was something wrong. Do you know that thing will change some perceptions in people's mind, But at the same time, this person is being fought. Alafu wewe unakuja unaongelea msumari. To be honest, it's about brain and counter brain. You really need to be smart. It's about game on how we talk. All of these things we're just putting here. That Baba angeiweka hivi. I'm not saying I'm criticizing, but I'm saying angeiweka hivi.
Let me ask you to flip side. Have you ever seen any day, any time Ruto supporting Baba, even when anything goes wrong on his side? Because you have to talk from both sides. Have you ever seen even one day standing with Baba?
And that one, I wouldn't rule out because it has not worked with him to some point. As well.
And why do you think he's gaining mileage despite that? Why do you think he's gaining mileage despite that?
Listen, Wekesa, I'm saying this. Anytime he has a microphone, alafu anaongea akiita adi huyo mganga huyo nini, it puts off some people, who actually wako in one way or attached to baba, or who wants you to love baba, you know, inapatia like unaangalia ai bado unachukia huyu, of course, you know, ni kama tu it's like a football game. Cheza game yako poa, unaona, usikanyage mguu ya mwingine. And all of them, if we were discussing Ruto today, because the topic is Raila, if we were discussing Ruto, I would have said that issue of saying Muganga is wrong, you know, for him as a person.
Okay, thank you. Now let me put some new energy. We have Mutuku John and Bro Benson. Who came earlier than the other one?
I think I found Benson, yeah.
Benson, you can speak, then Mutuku, then Ruben.
Sure.
Habari zenyu?
Mzuri, yeah, the topic is Baba Speaks. I hope you had watched news over the same.
Yeah, I took my time to listen to Baba speaking. And somebody's mic might be on.
Let me put mine and see.
Yeah, and what really came out, it was a history, a very good history for everybody, especially like maybe majority of us who believe the way like Baba does not like central the mountain people, and it was also a lesson for those of us who do not know the Kenyan history. So I think Baba spoke very well, and if you go back to like before the show, you could see the comments that were coming from especially like our brothers from Mountain Kenya, and after the show, you also show like you could go and see the comments. There was some kind of like a bit of lesson and a little bit change of mind from smaller percentage, and that one might be good to his advantage, or you know, his politics, he might get two people. And I think he spoke well. And something maybe what Muhammad was saying about Baba, you know, this is something like I'm usually a neutral person, but like something that we have to agree. Why is always like, if they only want Baba to speak about corruption, and this is something that all of us should speak about. When Baba was speaking about all these things, when Baba was saying all these things during those times, like people used to say very negative words about him. But now when Baba is so silent, again, people are saying he's losing his credibility. I don't think that is the case. That's not the case. And like one thing that we have to know, the executive, the parliament has been given power to overcheck the executive. That's the work of the parliament, because the executive is out of the parliament. So the parliament should check that. It's not only left to Baba. The corruption should be also be played by the media. The wananchi themselves, they have to come out when they see this. So if Baba keeps quiet, that's okay. He has a right as a Kenyan to keep quiet because he has been speaking all the entire of his life. So I don't think we should not blame Baba for that, for keeping quiet or not speaking anything. That's what I would say.
Thank you for your brief contribution. We go to Mutuku. Mutuku, you are on mute.
Sorry. I think now I'm on.
Yeah.
Thank you once more. I listened to Mohammed and he had a very, very good point, but I would differ with him on one thing. Raila doesn't have to be the one who criticizes government every time. That's not his sole role. We are supposed to be talking about getting these systems right. Systems of like oversight. The parliament should be working. You see, we stop looking at it like as a person's role, that it is only Raila who's supposed to be talking when money, they loot the money, when a policy is not befitting the people and such, you know. So we know about the speech which you were talking about, Wekesa, and we know Raila is a statesman. We know what he stands for. For those of us who have followed him for so long, we know what he stands for. He doesn't have to speak on a radio for you to define who Raila is. He is a statesman. I can call him so. And from his BBI campaign trail and all his speeches all along, he has been speaking about his version of Kenya. Of lately, he has been quoting China, how China have moved people, and I think this socialist teammates, I think he has been quoting a lot China, and sometimes he does Korea. So you see, he's a person who is concerned with poverty. I mean, fighting poverty. So we know what he stands for. We know his ideology. And the other thing is that, to be fair, we have never been a country who votes on issues. We are not issue-based when you get to elections. But mostly we are guided by trivial stuff like tribe, like so trivial perceptions like this and this. You can hear some people saying that Raila atachukua mali yetu akikuwa president. You can hear some others talking about Ruto ni mwizi atatupia kila kitu. You see, but we don't gauge them on issues. And I want to applaud, because Wekesa, you were also talking about on the flip side. So I also want to extol those also from Ruto's camp for bringing this bottom-up approach stuff and the thing. Also, Raila has been talking about it, as he has been talking about lifting poor people from absolute poverty to middle class level. So it's all the thing. They're just addressing the same thing, but using a different fashion or different ideologies or different approaches. Because socialists are also economists. They just tackle things differently from other people, like now real capitalists, you know. So I think not to say so much, and probably to allow this discussion to continue going, I add only that for Raila, and I know he's a good man, and he has shaped this country's politics, and without him, I don't see we would be having this kind of lively democracy and stuff.
Okay, thank you, Mutuku, for your contribution. Ruben, are you around?
Yes.
I like to see your face. Aya, you can make your contribution. Ama leo hujajua baba aliongea kwa mlima.
Okay, thank you. Nilisikia, hata sikuangalia hiyo, hata sikufuatilia. I don't follow his idea. But let me comment on two things. I may go outside a bit the topic, but I try to keep on trail. But me, I don't have problem with the Bamba at all. Let him be in the belt. Let him sell his agenda to Mount Kenya. And then, what I'm just concerned with, let them just give Ruto a chance to be in the belt, and then let the people decide. Let not them behave like they are trying to kumzuia Ruto to appear in the belt with all whatever is going to happen. Nimekuwa very panic about what is happening to Ruto's camp. Are they threatening him? That is what I'm just concerned. But if all of them can appear in the belt, the people decide, and the Baba take it in early in the morning, we will be comfortable. But what is happening, Baba may not aware, but he is creating millions and millions of, together with his brother, they are creating millions and millions of sympathy votes to Ruto. I may not like Raila's agenda at all, and but even yeye ningependa tu apewe his fair chance, pay in the ballot, a campaign, pay in the ballot, and the people waende kwa debe, and the people decide, majority win. But wasikue kama wanataka either to threaten Ruto or anybody. Let that notion, if they create that notion, people will sympathize with Ruto and they will vote him early in the morning. So mi sina shida na sina issue na Raila. Raila is a Kenyan, he is a statesman, but what lesson we have learned from him is what he has been fighting for the whole decade is his own his own gain. Akipewa red carpet, apewe mkeka, atanyamaza tu hata kama. Kwa hivyo in that opposition hajakuwa very fair, ama si kupenda, ni yeye tu amekuwa akijipigania. So mbona wakati yeye alipata red carpet aliacha all his colleague nje ananyamaza? Wale walikuwa wanamuunga kwa sababu ya sauti yake ya kuwatetea aliwaacha nje. Wale wote wananchi walimkuwa wanamfuata, washaelewa huyu mtu alikuwa on his own benefit, ndio alikuwa anapigania. Akipatiwa red carpet, apatiwe government what machinery, atanyamaza. Then he must be very careful of those medias and those hawa wanahabari wanamjoyride. Hata ukisikia hizo interview, ask yourself, who is that? We know them. We know those from different stations. They are just people who have been paid just to to sympathize with him, to joyride him. So he must be very careful. We have no problem with the Baba. Let him sell his idea, come to Mouting, do whatever that is the Kenya we want. And personally, I don't have a problem. Thank you.
Okay. I think as we do our parting shots, ndio watu walale kesho.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Si niulize Ruben swali.
Ya uliza tu.
Unajua sijui nani mic yake yako on. I think it's you, Wekesa. When you say you don't have a problem with the Baba, that's understandable, and I know, but your tonal, there's what we call tonal variation on how you talk, and what you say on how those people joyride him. You know, that one tells you, like, you know, the way you speak, you know, it tells you there's a way in which there's a way in which you there's a place whereby you've categorized him, but that's politics. If those people are joyriding him, that is what we call history, and that's how history is made. When the history of Kenya will be written, all those things that you are saying, the generation that is coming will be reading them, and they will know Baba was joyride and everything. But like one thing that I would like to say, or to say is that, you know, Kenya is for us all. Yeah, there is no any other place that we will get Kenya. And all these politicians, the DP president, the Uhuru Kenyatta, the Kalonzo Musyoka, these are our people. There's no Kenya without DP. There's no Kenya without Uhuru. There's no Kenya without Raila. So let us just be very friendly with each one of them. We might disagree with them on their kind of the policies that they give. We disagree on the policies, but we should not kind of like give some warning signs that he's a bad person or like they're joyriding. Let us just inform the public that, okay, this is why I disagree with him. You know, because I don't think if he knew these people are joyriding him, he could have not been attending that kind of like that show. You know, so to me, I would like a situation whereby we are all friendly. We are all friends. We love one another. If Ruto becomes president today, I will support Ruto because he has won. He has won, and he will be my president. Yeah, you know, if Raila becomes, I will support him even if his policies are not the one that I want, even if Mudavadi. But like let us just be very friendly, and everything that we say, the things that unite, not things that scares us.
Yeah, bro Ben, I can let me help you there. I think one thing I want to appreciate Ruben Kariuki is not the same Ruben who came on this show. I think, and one thing I will appreciate is these conversations we are having, they are breaking some chains and our political persuasions and beliefs. I think for the first time when he came here, he could not stand even talking about the other side. But with the time, I think, I know you have to adjust in stages. But me, I have been telling people on this channel, yes, there's someone I support. But psychologically, I'm prepared for any of them to be president. And it will not, you will not get me, you will not get me angry just because my candidate never won. Personally, I didn't support Uhuru for 2017. But after that, a day after election, I think after the ruling and everything, I told people we need to move on, and I accepted that Uhuru is my president. So what am I saying? 2022, whoever will win, I will campaign seriously for my candidate, yes. But if he doesn't win, I will still accept whoever has won as my president. In Kenya will move on. So that is something you need to have at the back of your mind, that not necessarily will your candidate win. We are only, in fact, the reason why I may be talking, I have been even saying that most people who are doing justice to Raila Odinga are the people from the other side who are criticizing him. They make him a better candidate. And most people who are doing justice to William Ruto are the people from the other side. They are actually making him a better candidate, such that whoever wins, they will not be the same crude people that they were. In fact, when you look at somebody like Raila Odinga in a span of years, he has also metamorphosized. He's not the Raila Odinga of 1992 or Raila Odinga of 2007. He has grown over time because, yeah, politics also shapes you. So I also want to believe that as voters, we also need to grow. I don't like people when we have conversation, the only thing you see your own candidate. You don't want to hear what the other side is saying. Kindly listen to them. They have a point. So that we exchange knowledge and information that will help us build a stronger Kenya. There is no stronger Kenya without Tanga, as the way we put it. There is no stronger Kenya without the other team handshake. Both of them have ideas. They may be different, but the more we wrap these ideas against each other, the better we refine our nation. And the conversation, like William Ruto normally says, we are trying to change the conversation. And change happens both sides, such that when they come up with a bottom up, we interrogate and know what is in this program. When they come up with BBI, we interrogate and know what is it in BBI. Are you getting the point? Such that when this model is allowed to be our economic model, because whichever party wins, if it is Hustler Nation that wins, then it is the bottom up that is going to govern us. But it is the interrogation and the input we have put in that will make them use that model with some carefulness, because they know Kenyans precaution them against A, B, C, D. Even BPI, you see, it has gone through many stages. Supposing it's still allowed to see the light of the day, it is these challenges that it has gone through that it can make it a better model or a version of the Constitution that all of us can appreciate. So these conversations are very important, and I like Ruben has climbed down. If you check different conversation we have had with him on this platform, he has climbed down from that. It's not like whoever even is ahead may be the president. I told people that during towards 2017, Raila was 55%, Uhuru was 46, 42, when you look at the opinion polls. But when now the final whistle blew and things happened, you have to accept. So right now we may have a candidate who is ahead, but when the real time comes and things happen, the rest must accept and move on. That is the Kenya we have, and all of us, we need to look at it from that both perspective. I will want to give the parting shots, kuanzia Mohammed, Sam, then Benson, Mutuku, Ruben, in that order. Yes.
Okay. I hope everyone can still hear me. So yeah, Wekesa, I do agree with everything. Everything you have said then about the need and the importance for tolerance. I think is the perfect word. To be tolerant with each other, and to be tolerant as we go towards next year now, because the 2021 has only 3 months left of it now, before we reach the final month of the year, which means we don't have very long until this election period. We know our history as a country, so Kenya is was it Benson who said, or Benson or one of you said that the fact that we don't have another Kenya, so ukondo nyumbani kwetu, ukondo, I hope anyway for my kids that's where their home will be, and then my kids, and in order for that to even be possible, we need we need this country to still be there, to still be in a cohesive setup. So yes, those are good points. However, I think there are also things that can help towards that, and we are. I think as far as Kenyans go, I don't think we are the ones who actually. Even if the divisions come at election time, I don't think we are the ones. When I say we, I mean the common mwananchi. Sidhani kama ni mwananchi yule ako on the ground that anataka kwanza shida na mwenzake. I believe a lot of these things are manipulated by people who have interests and people who have for a very long time managed to acquire what it is they're after by dividing people. Okay, so everyone has a right to try and achieve and try and be somebody, whether that's gaining a public office, but we should all do it with respect. And no matter who you support, we should never forget that this is just politics. Okay, a lot of these people are very comfortable. These people that we speak about, the Rutos, Raila, Uhurus. They're all very comfortable people, and none of their lives will stop if anything happened to any single one of us on this panel here. I'm pretty sure none, every single one of them doesn't even know we exist. So let's not, let them be the be all or end all of us. And hopefully we will carry on having more conversations like this. These conversations help as well. I will figure out who exactly I will be supporting as time goes on. And hopefully, the most important thing for me is hopefully they will actually bring change, because we're not a superpower. We're not a country that has such a strong economy for us to be carrying on in the same, with similar practices that we've had over the last, couple decades. We can't carry on like that for too much longer. Soon enough, even money runs out, so and that's not a situation I would like to see this country in, but I hope whoever comes in actually brings change. And that's pretty much it for me. Thank you all for listening to me, and to the next person. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. Next is Sam.
All right. Thank you very much, Kesa. I would say I just want to be brief, and I think today's show has been very good. And I would say once we develop a sense of belonging, that would actually be a positive thing towards our election. And all along, we've been trying to find out why, after election, all of us, like Kenyan community, we live together, peacefully. Then towards election, we start, name branding each other. We unatoka kwa hii community, you belong to this, and then all of a sudden we start hating each other, And I imagine if we meet before those elections, we are friends. So we want to try and find out like what might be this problem that is eating us as a country, and just to have this spec, for example, as a point of a matter whereby everyone is more of defending their country, a candidate, and throwing harsh words towards another one, will bring that thing which people say. For me, I would say, like, for example, like I've heard so many people say here, like I don't like, even the way Wekesa was saying, I was supporting this candidate. And when this won, I say, oh yeah, of course now we have another president. Okay, the majority have it. Now we have a president, and that will get us away from that notion of people demonstrating and doing things. As far as I know, that the government, there might be some kind of some things which are not done right in terms of election election practice in our country. But first of all, we have to do our part as Kenyan citizens, and we have to do the right thing for actually having a civilized and know that we have one country, and we don't need to divide our country based on politics. So on one thing that I just want us to have it is, just if we are talking about a candidate, let's say for example today, we go deep because we want to know this Raila. We want to interrogate to know, is this really, yes, he's a statesman. What are the things that, as a person, so that when we follow him, we know exactly what is this. At least when you go this way, like we have to, build that the sense of belonging. Instead of throwing us, we belong to these guys, do this. We will be fighting. At the end of the day, these politicians are the one actually swaying us. Like I would say, for example, today, if at all comes a point whereby Baba disagrees with Uhuru and he tends to join Ruto, because we've seen it last time when he during the time of Moi, and then when he said Kibaki torture, because it was crafted 3 months towards the election, and it took the center stage of the day. So look, a point whereby you guys been throwing each other harsh words, and then these people merge. So it's like now you are forced to come together because based on what somebody's interest and what he wants. So for us, we really need to be as much as we put politics as part of us in our lives, but we really need to know how are we going to bring this one Kenya that every one of us will be proud of, not that at hii community iliwachwa hivi. You know, for me I would say for example here maybe in hapa Australia mahali niko, I would say so many things like kama kuna like kwa wazungu they don't have tribes, so when they're talking about their politics, they will grill exactly, they won't say this guy comes from this state or this guy anatoka kwa hii suburb, so no, they just put things as the way it is. So one thing I want us to say, because I know it's really hard for us to go away from it, but we can try as much as we can. That we know we have one Kenya. We know that these people are that we have politicians here, and if my candidate loses, I will be happy to support the next government, not saying we candidate walifanya nini. Elections iko za kuja, maisha iko ya kwenda na kurudi, but most of the things that happen, let's say for example the way I saw people starting, demonstrating in Eldoret, did not bring a good picture, because we know where we're coming from, because all 2007 we know where the country went through. So hizi vitu kidogo kidogo zenye zina happen hizi should not even spark. I know there is that tension and all these things, but we should actually try to handle things in a mature way, and we do things that way, we will have a good Kenya, we will have a Kenya to be proud of, and we can we will even be ushering in new generation who are coming in, and they're going to be following suit and know that we have a Kenya to protect. All of us, Kenya ni yetu na sisi wote ni wa Kenya, so lazima tujipende, to discuss mambo yetu kwa kupendana, kwa kurekebishana na kujua kwamba at the end of the day, hata huyo Raila akakuwa president, mimi kama ni maskini, I will live na umaskini yangu, there's nothing. Si hata niongezea kazi, ni kwa sababu the person I was championing it, I may make it, na maybe some people when wanamsupport they will be they wanakuangana disadvantage, like you support somebody to, because I've been voting in Kenya, and I've got so many candidates that I used to actually campaign for, but wakati mtu anaingia huko, it turns out to be something else. We've seen it from our people. So mimi na wewe tunabaki tunagombana, but for them they wanakutana huko, wanakunywa chai yao, the friends, at the end of the day we brew enmity. So it's really a good time for us to know where we are coming from and where we are going, and going forward, let us see what's the best for us. Otherwise, guys, you have a good one. Thank you very much, Wekesa. Thank you for everyone, and it's really a good show. When we discuss this way, we'll be able to achieve the best for our country. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that passionate appeal. We move to the next person. Was Benson, then Mtuku, then Benson, then Mtuku.
Okay. Kwanza kabisa ningechukua nafasi hii kuwashukuru nyinyi wote ambao umekuwa katika kipindi hichi. To me, what I would like to say is I'm just only appealing to somebody's mic is on. I'm just appealing to each and every person who comes on this platform. I know sometimes it gets so much heated debate, and we speak some of the things, and I would just like to appeal, like we should not speak things that create fear in some of our viewers, and let us be the people who will make peace of this country. Let us be the peacemakers. Let us be the peacemakers, and let us be those who are preaching the peace. Because if we don't do it, nobody's going to do it for us. We have to do it by ourselves. And I've been always saying this, that we have people that we support, the presidential candidates. I love all the presidential candidates of Kenya, all of them. But like, as if they make mistake or say things that divide us, as supporters, we need to call them out. Let us not stop calling them those who make mistake, because I know when a piece of the country or a piece where we live is disturbed, I have friends with so many people, and if that friendship that I'm going to lose it because of reckless communication from a leader, I fear so much. And I know we are the people who can create that peace. So let us be peacemakers. That's always peace. Peace is always peace, and love is always mine. I do not want to lose any of my friends who are not from my tribe, and I don't want to lose my neighbors because they are very important people in my life. So let us preach that peace. We come together. Whoever wins will be the president, and we will love him, we will support him. Whoever loses, accept the lose, and life has to move on. But let us not say words that create pain in our hearts. That's the only thing I can say.
Okay, thank you for that call for peace and unity. We go to Mtuku, then we finalize with Ruben.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think the mic is still on. All right. Yeah, I want to appreciate your sentiments that we have to have these kind of expectations whereby everyone who wins, even if you are supporting whatever candidate, if Raila wins, it's okay. If you are supporting Ruto, and if Ruto takes the day, that's still okay, because after all, they are all Kenyans. And these are our people, they are our leaders. They have been grown here, they have been educated here, and they represent who we are. And this kind of maturity, that's what now develops our perceptions toward the political institutions. And when these political institutions grow, there is this kind of political maturity that comes in. Because when this political maturity comes, we cannot hear stories like the deputy president's security has been withdrawn, or there have been changes without people being put into task, people being put into question. They are not being accountable. They are not giving the public what's supposed to happen. But when we have this kind of political maturity, we find these political players that they play on a fair ground, and they know they are accountable to us, and they will rarely make mistakes because they know we are watching. They know we are watching. The other thing was something that was mentioned by Ruben, and I'm so glad that Wekesa has mentioned this platform has been brewing transformation. He has mentioned the hard stand that has been pursued by Ruben before, and with time is lessening the stance, and is not appearing to be radical, if I say, but to be taking views from our side. He mentioned that when Raila went to handshake, he left his supporters behind. But I'm of the opinion that when we should view these politicians as people who just represent ideals to change the society, and that's why maybe you are able to pick either Ruto or Raila. And if you're pro Ruto, you know why you are there. And if you're pro Raila, you know why you are there as well. So we should be expecting them to make these sustainable macroeconomic goals, policies which will sustain our society, which will make us move forward, and not to expect us to maybe to uplift what we call now micro economic tenets, like your pocket changing because Raila has been a partner in the handshake and you have been his supporter. The last thing was really to appreciate the group once more for this kind of talks. They are really helpful, and I know with time we should be bringing people in, and we should also be changing people, because I think it's high time we realize that we are the change that we need. We are the change that we need, and the change has to start now. Thank you very much. Have a big night, and see you soon.
Ruben?
Okay, thank you guys. I guess I think let me just say you have been misunderstanding me a bit. I'm not a radicalized person, but what I have is differences. In fact, let me tell you, if it's not this kind of okay, I don't oppose handshake, but how Raila behaved from 2017 up to this time is what I differ with him. In fact, if he went to handshake and then go back to his role of government, checking the government, I would be very comfortable voting him direct. The other thing which I have opposing up to this time is criminalizing different agenda. If you a case you have a different opinion with me, now you are a criminal, we do this. Hiyo kitu mimi sipendi. Hata kama ni Raila siwezi penda akifanyiwa hivyo. I hate that. Na sipendi kitu so like kwa mfano, if this kind of politics we are having in Kenya, imagine like Ruto has a different opinion, wana withdraw his security, wana reduce his security and then wanaanika in public. How watu wanakwambia aje and Ruto has still an enemy. That thing I hate, I don't like. And I said again, I want the two candidates, all the candidates who are willing to be given a free and fair to be in the ballot. Let not criminalize them because of their opinion. No, let them be given a fair hearing. So today I don't have much to say, but I missed a debate of that about the security of Ruto. But let me see, that one is past. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben, for your submission. Viewers, thank you for being patient. We have been, thank you also for those who have graciously been contributing towards the comments, and those who have been patient watching the show up to this time. We want to say that despite our differences, we are all as one nation, and we subscribe to the same ideals as a nation. We all want the best of this nation. That's why there are things we don't like. The issues we point from different candidates are the things we don't want to happen at the helm of power. But that should not even graduate to grudge, bitterness, and discrimination. We are all Kenyans. I also want to say that our politicians, as much as they passionately want to create a wedge between us, they don't have a wedge between themselves. When they meet, I remember the time when the daughter of Ruto was wedding. I remember Ruto waiting Uhuru at the parliament buildings and told him to attend the wedding of his daughter. That means the political class don't have such a serious barriers as we, the voters, have. And that's why when after the 2017 election, it was easier for Uhuru and Raila to meet than the voters. And most of the people who had a problem with the handshake are the supporters, because we are hardliners. We want to leave things the way, to remain the way they are. But politicians will create a wedge between us. But for them, they meet and share the common goals and interests. So I will not even be surprised if after 2022, Raila and Ruto meet for a cup of tea. And so I normally tell my friends and those who know me, I as much as I support one of the candidates, I normally call for other guys who are in my friends' circle. And I say we can meet and eat nyama choma it's never that serious. The fact that I don't support your candidate does not make me your enemy. We can meet and eat nyamashoma, take coffee, and still differ on a principle or ideas. But we move forward as a nation, as one people, and let's continue to preach harmony and coexistence despite us having a difference in our ideas. Just as iron sharpens on iron, that is what the good book says, so does man learn from each other. And so when two metals are rubbing against each other, that's how filing happens. That's how one metal sharpens another one. So it's my idea that sharpens yours. It's your idea that sharpens mine. And if we do that, we all benefit. I also want to say that the good book says that blessed are the peacemakers. We need to make peace with all men, and we may not agree on what we need to do, but we always need to ensure that all of us are living at peace. For the things that are happening wrong in our nation, we all have a duty. It's not the assignment. If we have not assigned everything to Ruto or Raila to be doing on our behalf. That's why we create these platforms. We all can speak about bad things. If the security withdrawal is a bad thing, we can all speak about it. We don't have to delegate it to one person to be doing it on our behalf, because this is our nation and all of us have a stake in it. Otherwise, have a blessed morning. In Kenya, it's a morning. I know in Australia is what time?
It's 10:33 in the morning.
Okay.
That's how
Yeah.
also
So have a blessed day, and let's meet in the next show. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Kesa.
Let me just make a prayer as we close. Our dear loving Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we want to thank you for the opportunity of giving us to have a conversation over issues affecting this nation. We pray that you will give us the resilience, the harmony to stay together as one nation and continue to appreciate the diversity you gave us as a nation. We want to potentiate each other in our discussion, and we want to break even the hardline stance that are within us, so that we can continually appreciate that all of us have a stake in this nation and have a duty to contribute for the betterment of this nation. We love you and we bless you. We pray, we believe, we trust in Jesus' name. Amen. Have a blessed day.
All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.